What's up, people? I don't understand why you'd have a Rumble or DLive account. DLive I don't even use anymore. I just the thing I pay for Restream, right? And also wait real quickly. Left rhetoric is rarely censored on YouTube, and YouTube is by far the biggest platform for video. Yeah, but there's no cost to just streaming to Rumble and DLive as well. Because I just pay for Restream, and it gives you like 8 outputs. So it's like, well, if I'm not using one, I might as well put it to DLive. I actually don't use DLive anymore because I switched over to Party. Because I only get 8 or whatever, and I'm streaming everywhere. And I was like, okay, well, I got like a single chatter on DLive the entire time. And I don't think Party's gonna get big or anything, but I think they just signed Sneeko, so I was like, okay, well. But you said you pay for Restream, so there is a cost. No, I pay for Restream anyway. I have to pay for Restream if I want to. Well, technically, I could multi-stream within just OBS, but that's more work and it's more taxing on my computer. I pay for Restream anyway to multi-stream to. I definitely want to stream to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, and Twitter. There's 4 places I'm gonna stream no matter what. And I pay for Restream anyway, so I have 4 extra outputs. It's like, okay, well, might as well go to fucking Facebook and Party and Rumble. Anyway, I'm gonna turn my camera on. A lot of you are gonna say, well, non-fun. Should have fucking combed your hair before this. That I say. You don't know. You don't control me. You don't control me. You're paying for a Restream, but the other sites you're streaming to don't really produce enough to justify paying for it. I have to pay for it. How are you not understanding this? I have to stream to 4 places, or I want to stream to 4 places. Restream lets me stream to 8 places. I'm going to pay for the plan that lets me stream to these 4 places no matter what. Okay? I just also get 4 extra places with that plan, so I might as well stream to these places. It's possible that trade deficits in principle are bad, but America is the only country that can have trade deficits in a platform. No, a lot of countries have trade deficits and are perfectly fine. Trade deficits are just not bad on their own. They can kind of be representative of another issue, which is a government deficit, because if the government has a deficit, what that does is it typically lowers the savings of everyone in the country. You could just cancel. Then I can't multi-stream. Ian, this is not that hard to grasp. I want to stream to 4 places at once: YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Twitter. Okay, I want to stream to 4 places at once. If I want to do that, I have to buy Restream. Okay, I have to buy the $50 plan from Restream. Okay. The professional plan, $50 a month, to stream to all those places in 1080p. That is I say I have to, but technically I could. It is the most efficient way for me to stream to those 4 places at once, okay, is the $50 a month plan from Restream. I'm buying that anyway. That plan comes with 8 platforms you can stream to. Considering I'm gonna pay for it no matter what, even if it only had 4 places I could stream to, I would still buy it. I have these. There's literally no cost to me. There's literally I get to stream to 8 places at once. Hold on. There's no cost to me to turning on these toggles. Okay, I just add these. Okay, there's no added cost to me doing it. I'm gonna pay for it no matter what, because I want to stream to these 4 places. I don't know why it shows Facebook all the way up here. So I might as well just add these other places as well. It's literally free. It costs 0 extra to do it. There is no cost. The only cost there is there's a very small opportunity cost, but the opportunity cost is not streaming to fucking like a random ass Korean platform. I just choose the best platforms to stream to. Anyway, okay, Jesus. You said DLive and Rumble don't produce for you and that you pay for Restream. How are you not getting? I am paying. It doesn't matter. I am paying for Restream anyway. Even if I didn't stream on, if I didn't want to stream on Rumble, where I would still pay for restream. If I didn't want to stream, like, I don't. I want to debate my mom, convince her to trade deficits aren't bad. What are some talking points I could use to help? Some of this is complicated. Basically, there's just there's no good reason trade deficits are bad in and of themselves. So I think Krugman has an article about this too. To trade deficit, first of all, just reflects the difference between, you know, how much we're exporting, how much we're importing. The first thing is that imports are the benefit of trade and exports are kind of sort of arguably the cost, right? So imports are the benefit of trade because where other countries are using their resources to produce things for us. Exports are the cost of trade because we are using our resources to produce for other countries. Think of it like, you know, if there were a ton of ships coming, or sorry, if we loaded all of our like exports onto a ship and that ship sailed to the UK, they get a ton of goods, right? You know, that ship then gets loaded with everything that we bought from the UK and it comes back, but on the way back it sinks. In this scenario, we have a trade surplus because we exported a ton of stuff to the UK and they did not, and we didn't import anything because their ship fucking sunk. Did we benefit from this? No, no, we didn't, because we exported shit without getting anything in return. Exports are one way that we can get the foreign currency required to import, right? Another reason, this is kind of complicated. It's not that hard to. I can tell it's hard to understand why it is true. Just understand that it's not hard to understand this is true, but if you want to know why it's true, it's a little more complicated. The trade balance is equal to the, or is canceled out by the net inflow of capital. So if we're basically what this means, if we're running a trade deficit, what that means is we have an investment surplus. Other countries are investing in the US. This is true as a matter of accounting. If you're on a trade deficit, that's financed by a financial account surplus. If you, I mean, this is true. Anyone can Google this. If I, hold on. Oh, fuck. If I go to my balance of payments notes, I have some things here. Should be a chart in one of these. Maybe not. Maybe making up that I copied and pasted a chart in here. But I mean, this is a good thing. So we want other countries to invest in us. That makes us more productive. That makes American workers more productive, and that increases their wages. That lets US businesses expand, right? They have more capital. They can do more shit. That's good for the US as a whole. That's good for all these companies getting investment. Trump himself, in between complaining about the trade deficit, brags about getting foreign investment. He says, I got SoftBank to invest $100 billion in the US. You know, that's investment. That's a good thing. So there's that. On the investment point, trade deficits don't even always necessarily. Trade deficits have a lot more to do with how much people within the country decide to save and how much within the country decide to invest. So the amount of investment that takes place in the U.S. or the amount of savings that take place in the U.S., the amount that Americans save, minus the amount of investment that we do, is equal to the trade deficit. So if we're not saving that much money, but we're doing a ton of investment, what that means is that the money that we're doing, or the investment that's being financed by foreign capital, that's not a bad thing, because that investment wouldn't otherwise happened. And the implication of this is partly, again, that trade deficits are largely just a reflection of how much American society save, not how unfair Canada's trade practices are or how unfair Mexico's trade practices are. All it is how much American society save and how much American society invest. Trade deficit reflects the fact that America is such a good place to invest in that American savings alone can't finance it. Now, part of it is also a reflection that our savings rate could be a little bit lower because we have a very large government budget deficit. But a big part of it is that America's a really, really, really good place to invest. Everyone wants to invest their money here. That's a good thing. So imports at a benefit of trade, exports at a cost, and the trade deficit reflects financial inflows. It reflects investment inflows. But I mean, that's a good thing. I would say like those are the two big things. Well, those are kind of the big things about trade deficit. There's one more like specific claim that people make, so a lot of times studies that supposedly show like job losses from trade deficits say, hey, this trade deficit reflects the fact that instead of producing stuff in the US, we're producing stuff in China, right? I think EPI has a study that does this, and there's a few. They're not even really studies. They're not even formal papers, a lot of them. Pretty sure Trump said trade deficit is a bad thing. Somebody choose to believe that. Yeah, I know. He said there's subsidies, which is just not, I don't even know how to combat that they're subsidies, because it's just like so obviously not true. Like, I don't even know what to tell you. But they're like, oh, we could produce this thing in the US, but now we're producing this thing in Mexico, and that's reflected in the trade deficit because we're importing that thing instead of producing it here, right? We're importing that thing instead of producing here or even exporting it. Something to remember here is that a lot of these, a lot of times when our bilateral trade deficit increases with someone, meaning our trade deficit with one specific country, for example, China in the 2000s increased because we started trading with China. A lot of it doesn't displace U.S. production. It displaces production in other countries that were already importing things to the U.S. So when we started trading with China, it's not like we were making many shoes here to begin with. It's that China started replacing importing shoes from Vietnam, right? Instead of importing shoes from Vietnam, we imported shoes from China. I don't actually know if the shoe thing is true. I'm just using that as an example. But you can see how just having a trade deficit with Canada doesn't necessarily mean we're displacing U.S. production. It could be that Canada is displacing production from other parts of the world. So we're not actually harming like U.S. jobs in any way. And we're probably overall benefiting, again, because of the investment inflow thing. And then I guess the last thing, there's a lot of companies that just want to import goods to make what they make what they make, right? A lot of companies import steel so that they can make nails, for example. That's not actually that's a net good thing. It might increase your trade deficit, but we're producing more shit in the US overall because this company's allowed to import stuff for cheap and make it and make their shit. Anyway, I thought this was a article, but it might be a podcast from Krugman. But there's a lot of other countries that run trade deficits, and they're fine. I mean, if you want to You know what? Paul Krugman also has an article about this. Germany is a country that it's not really in debt. They've committed to running fiscal surpluses, and they also have, that's their gross debt. It's only like 60% of GDP. And they also have a trade surplus. Yeah, that's their trade balance, manufacturing trade balance. This is what all the conservatives here want. We want to run trade surpluses. We want to have a balanced budget. Their GDP ain't looking too good, Darius. This is their GDP growth rate. You'll notice it's fucking flat. It's barely changed since COVID. So they haven't grown at all. And guess what? They also had inflation. It's not like, you know, it's not like, oh, you know, they haven't grown at all, but at least they didn't have 9% inflation. They also had 9% inflation. They've also seen inflation. Now, part of the reason they saw inflation was because the Ukraine war affected them more heavily because they relied more on Russian gas than we did. But still, brother. Anyway. What country makes a fucking ton of soybean and corn? Argentina. Holy shit. I'm fucking goated. Let's go. I knew it. I don't look at all the old streams where I guessed Argentina the first time too. Like not I got it correct the first time. Like I just guessed Argentina's my first guess a lot. Damn. How much foods America is growing, but we could be growing at a faster rate with no trade deficit. How? I don't think that's true. Unless you're saying that the trade deficit subtracts from GDP, which is not really true. The imports don't subtract from GDP. Their net effect on GDP is zero. So, like if we import something, the equation for GDP, you know, C, that's consumption plus investment plus government spending, minus or plus net exports being exports minus imports, right? So, you know, we have if we have a trade deficit, supposedly that's, you know, that's a subtraction because you're adding a negative number for net exports, right? But imports are included in, depending on what they're used for, either, or imports are like invisibly included in the first three components of GDP, right? So like if I buy a shoe from China, that is subtracted in net exports, right? But it's also included in consumption. So if I buy a $30 shoe, that might be minus $30 in net exports, but it's also plus $30 in consumption. So the net effect is zero. It nets out. The net effect of imports in GDP is zero because they're by definition not included in GDP. GDP is everything we produce here. We don't produce imports here, so they're just simply not included.
How many people?
I got sent this, and I think
All of them. I mean, we're talking about probably 1,000,007 people, 1,000,007, maybe 1,000,008. But I think all of them. I think they'll be resettled in areas where they can live a beautiful life and not be worried about dying every day.
So true. Look at Netanyahu's smile here, bro.
Probably 1,000,007 people, 1,000,007, maybe 1,000,008.
And he's been on this for a while. I guess that's the most recent clip, but I had this clip saved.
I'd like to see Egypt take some look. The Gaza thing has not worked. It's never worked. And I feel very differently about Gaza than a lot of people. I think they should get a good, fresh, beautiful piece of land, and we get some people to put up the money to build it and make it nice and make it habitable and enjoyable and make it a home.
They don't want to leave, though. How can you say they don't want to leave?
I don't know how they could want to stay. It's a demolition site. It's a pure demolition site.
I mean, it's horrible for me to say this, but I feel vindicated just because, well, one, for anyone, the lesser thing is that, you know, people were saying, you know, maybe Trump would be better. Maybe Trump, I think even Casey was on the maybe Trump would be better. He was like, how do you know Trump's going to be worse? This is an insane crystal ball. It's like, bro. So one, I feel vindicated there because this is obviously fucking evil. But also, like if this actually happens, like, even if this doesn't happen, I feel entirely vindicated for believing like this might very well be like the last shot to get a fucking 2-state solution done. Because I didn't know, like, obviously I'm a fucking Zoomer, so this is the like first major round of like Israeli-Palestinian, Israeli-Arab conflict that I've seen. I wasn't alive for the second Intifada. I was only like 3 years old during Cast Lead, and I was like 10 years old for fucking Protective Edge. I think it was 9 years old for Protective Edge, but I'm not paying attention to Israeli-Palestinian conflict when I'm 9 years old, right? So this is really the first like major conflict I've seen, and like, you know, I didn't know if it was like a Zoomer thing where like everyone when they see like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, they're like, this is the, you know, this round of fighting is like the last shot to like, you know, get something permanent done before Palestinians are just completely fucked or something. But like if 1.7 million Gazans are deported or whatever, like he was saying, so they're saying all of them are going to be deported. Like where, like it's just so fucked at that point. Even if that, even if we don't deport all of them, but there's just no unified government, but you know, between the West Bank and Gaza, which with Trump, I am 100% sure that there will not be a unified government between the West Bank and Gaza. I don't even know if Biden could have got that. Biden wanted that. Biden had that in his post-war plan that he gave to Trump. He wanted a Palestinian Authority to have more control over Gaza. I don't know if Biden could have got that, but Biden wanted it. Trump doesn't want that. Netanyahu really doesn't. Netanyahu openly doesn't want that. Which I mean, Trump basically openly doesn't want it too. But like literally, like we're just fucked at this point. Like if Gaza is, you know, fucking most of the population is deported, or if all the population is deported, that place is just fucked. That's not included in a Palestinian state ever. And two, we have the West Bank being increasingly annexed under Trump. They've already sped up the pace of annexation after October 7th. We're gonna have presumably that's only going to accelerate. Trump recognized the annexation of the Golan Heights, right? Trump recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. So we have Gaza gone in terms of it being included in a Palestinian state. The West Bank increasingly annexed. We're just so fucked at that point. Like, what do we expect to happen? Like maybe the West Bank gets a fucking Native American style like reservation at that point, which like was preferable to them not getting it, but that's just fucked.
If we could find the right piece of land or numerous pieces of land and build them some really nice places with plenty of money in the area, that's for sure. I think that would be a lot better than going back to Gaza, which has had just decades and decades of death.
Where would those pieces of land be?
Well, they
Those
could be in
airplanes
Jordan,
don't
and they
work.
could be in Egypt, and they could be in other places. You could have more than two, more than one, but you could have more than two, and you'd have people living in a place that could be very beautiful and safe and nice. Gaza's been a disaster for decades.
Would the U.S. pay for that?
I don't think the UN would pay, but I think there's plenty of people that would in the area. They have a lot of money. They certainly have a lot of money. Some of the countries over there, they'd like to see it. I know that Saudi Arabia wants to see peace. I can see that. And many of
I don't know. I also don't know. I mean, I think a big obstacle for Saudi Arabia getting peace with Israel, Saudi Arabia wants the 67 borders to be recognized. I don't know. I don't know if any country would be down for Abraham Accords V2 if you're simultaneously sending the population of Gaza into Egypt and Jordan, or even the other Arab countries. I don't know if Egypt and Jordan is going to accept them. I don't know. Maybe Trump will try to pull some tariff stunts with them as well. But goddamn.
The countries there, as far as I'm concerned, they all want peace. I think, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think Iran would like to see peace too. They've had enough. Don't you think they've had enough?
But the leaders of Egypt and Jordan have said bluntly they have no interest in doing this.
Well, they may have said that, but a lot of people said things to me. They said they wouldn't take anybody back in Venezuela, and right now they're flying them right back into Venezuela. And a lot of people, and they're doing the right thing in Venezuela.
Real.
The Panama Canal is an active discussion right now. They said things about that, and virtually everything that's been said has been incorrectly stated based on the result.
Will you be able to return to Gaza?
Wouldn't that amount to forcibly displacing those people from Gaza?
I don't think so. I think if they had the opportunity, they'd love it. If they had an alternative to Gaza, they have no alternative right now. I mean, they're there because they have no alternative. What do they have? It is a big pile of rubble right now. I mean, have you seen the pictures of it? Have you been there? It's terrible to live. Who can live like that? And very dangerous. There's shooting all over the place. There's bombing all over the place on both sides. No, I would think if they had an option of
On both
moving
sides.
either in a large group or various smaller groups and take care of the close to 2 million people, I would think that they would be thrilled to do it. They have no, when you say about the Gaza Strip, they don't have an option.
You're saying
It's very dangerous.
They'd be thrilled to leave Gaza.
Oh, I think they'd love to leave Gaza if they had an option. Right now, they don't have an option. What are they going to do? They have to go back to Gaza. But what is Gaza?
They don't have an option because Egypt and Jordan don't want them. Because they've created problems in the past. Because they already tried the coup Jordan once, didn't they? I don't know if you're gonna be able to make them get it or whatever. And also, I don't know if a lot of them would leave. The way Trump is talking, the way Netanyahu is talking, I don't know if they want to leave just because they probably don't think they'll be allowed back, and they might have a good reason for believing that. A lot of Gazans in the north did not want to leave because they didn't think they'd be allowed back. They were allowed back. Andrew owes me $20 still. Andrew Wilson, if you're watching. Not the streamer Andrew Wilson. Same name, different person. Classmate Andrew Wilson, if you're watching. You owe me $20. You said they would never be allowed back in the north. Israel allowed people back to their homes in the north, okay? But, it was 15% of the population in northern Gaza stayed despite the warning to evacuate, despite the month-long military operations there, because they thought they might not ever be allowed back. Yeah. And I don't even think all of them have been allowed back. I think they have limited times that they can cross or whatever. And there's one specific route they have to take, and there's restricted times you can drive vehicles or whatever. But still, they're allowed back. Give me the $20. Anyway, horrible. But regardless, time to praise our Lord and Savior, social democratic Lord and Savior, ultimate sockdem warrior, ultimate market socialist here, Donald J. Trump, trying to make a social wealth fund or sovereign wealth fund. That is interesting. I mean, he said he was going to look into it on the campaign trail. He said in the campaign trail, he said he might fucking name it something like America First Fund. But hey, listen, if we I'm fine with the America First Fund if it's not funded in a horrible way like tariffs or something. Donald Trump has signed an executive order directing the U.S. Treasury and Commerce Departments to create a sovereign wealth fund. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and the nominee for Commerce Secretary will lead the effort. We have tremendous potential, Trump said while signing the order from the Oval Office on Monday. I think in a short period of time, we'll have one of the biggest funds. What is a sovereign wealth fund and what does it do? Sovereign wealth funds are investment vehicles owned by countries. Most act as an investment account or as a development tool, or a combination of the two. They are designed to be a nest egg, allowing current money to be deployed in ways that benefit future generations. Unlike pension funds where people withdraw money for their own spending needs, sovereign wealth funds are supposed to invest for the collective good of the nation. But sovereign wealth funds can also often invest in financial products, buying stakes in companies, which can provide financial benefits well into the future and fund government budgets or social programs. There are 90 such funds across the world, managing over $8 trillion in assets, according to the International Forum of Sovereign Wealth Funds. Well-known examples include Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, the Chinese Investment Corporation, and Norway's government pension fund. Alaska has one as well, kind of. That's going to be painful. Like, one of the best new things the government is a sovereign wealth fund, and it is Trump who does it. I mean, you know, I meme about sovereign wealth funds being great because I talked to Econoboy, and Econoboy really likes them. There are ways that a sovereign wealth fund can be implemented where it's done poorly, okay? I'm not convinced that, like, well, I think Trump has the capacity to screw it up. You know, if, for example, I mean, like, we memed about this on fucking Gibbs's panel when we had our, like, ERS debate. Like, would we sit like a sovereign wealth fund, but, or, well, we're talking about a UBI, but a sovereign wealth fund, like, funded by tariffs or something. There are ways to mess it up. How is a wealth fund funded? Typically, some or all of a country's budget surplus is passed through SWF, which it can then use for new investments. Many funds have been set up by countries with strong commodity export industries and proceeds from oil, natural gas, and metals and minerals. Sales by state-owned companies are often behind SWFs. About 60% of the funds are funded by revenue from natural resources, per the International Foundation. Blah 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 blah. Trump offered little in the way of detail on Monday how the U.S. fund would operate or how it would be financed. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told reporters the plan was to monetize assets currently owned by the U.S. government for the American people. The president also previously said revenue earned from tariffs on imports could form the basis for a wealth. I know it. I knew it. Fuck. Oh. Whatever. Okay. Whatever. Yeah. I mean, the best way. I mean, people always make the complaint. Oh, all these countries that, you know, use their government budget surplus to fund the sovereign wealth fund. How are we going to fund one? Every country, every state has some amount of what are called, like, resource rents. Okay, basically, a rent in this case is kind of an unearned economic payment, right? The people who extract resources like oil, like minerals, aren't really adding any value beyond extraction, right? All they're doing is extracting the resource, which is valuable because it has certain uses. They didn't make the resources. The resources have been there for millions of years in most cases, right? These are like unearned payments, and it's not distortionary to tax them away, basically. To tax them, or to even, you know, do it like Norway does. Norway just owns an oil company directly, and its profits go to the sovereign wealth fund. I think Norway does also have private oil companies that they tax, but, you know, there are a few different ways that we could get resource rents, and there are very, you know, like very non-distortionary way to collect revenue, and there are things that, because they're, like, again, unearned, things that arguably should be socialized anyway. Like, this just is a thing that we should be socializing, like, because no one made these resources. Tariffs are not a good way to do this. Beyond, first of all, there are a lot of issues with tariffs. Everyone knows. I talk about them a lot. Okay. They're just way more distortionary than taxing resource rents, because, like, consumers wanna, you know, buy whatever good that they're importing at that price for whatever reason. There's no need to distort that consumer choice. There aren't really economic rents collected there. And, like, other countries retaliate. Like, tariffs act like they are a bad tax. Like, they're regressive. They are distortionary, like it is mentioned. But what makes tariffs, like, you know, there are other, like, distortionary taxes that are also regressive, okay? They're not as bad as tariffs, because tariffs provoke other countries to retaliate on you. They provoke trade wars. That's not a good thing. We don't want that. Why hasn't the U.S. had a wealth fund before, and why now? Sovereign wealth funds generally exist in countries that either have large foreign exchange reserves, such as China, or revenue from the sale of oil or other commodities like Norway and Saudi Arabia. The US, however, has consistently run budget deficits in recent years. There are in fact some US states that do have smaller wealth funds, generally funded by commodities or land. The largest is the Alaska Permanent Fund, started in 1976, which currently manages about $82 billion. But the size of American private investment sector on Wall Street and beyond is such that various investment managers and private equity firms manage large pools of capital. That reduces both the need and availability of capital for a sovereign wealth fund to exist, absent political will. Bessett said the U.S. Sovereign Wealth Fund would be set up in the next 12 months. Well on the election campaign trail in September, Trump proposed setting up a fund which would finance great national endeavors, including infrastructure products such as highways and airports, manufacturing, and medical research. Trump also suggested, without providing specifics, that the fund could be used to keep TikTok operating in the U.S. TikTok is currently operating due to an extension Trump granted, prolonging the deadline for for sale or shutdown. Sorry. How big could America's sovereign wealth fund be? Trump did not give an initial size or target amount for the sovereign wealth fund. However, when talking about the subject in December, he said an American sovereign wealth fund should approach or exceed $2 trillion. Now let's going to get to that in his term at least, but currently the largest such fund is Norway's government pension fund with a global Norway's government pension fund global with 1.74 trillion in assets, followed by China's investment corporation with 1.33 trillion assets, according to the Sovereign Wealth Fund Institute, a data provider. Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Singapore are among countries with prominent sovereign wealth funds with between 801 billion to 1.06 trillion in assets, the institute said. I mean, there are it could actually be a net benefit, okay? Even if we sell fucking sovereign wealth fund that's small in size and fucking funded by tariffs. Just because we have it then, and we're a lot less likely to get rid of it, and like it's a thing that we already have, and like we can just reform it to make it better, okay? We could have like a, the Democratic president comes in and actually reforms the sovereign wealth fund to be fucking fire. I think that like there are some people who are like, there's a few like wonks that propose, we should have a UBI of like $1 a month, of like $50 a year or something, just so people are like in the system and like they see how it works, and like later like maybe we can reform it and like actually like increase the size of it, okay? Or like maybe we make it like $50 a month, and basically everyone will be almost everyone will like sign on to it. We have like an opt-in thing, so we have everyone in the database, right? Listen, I'm hopeful, okay? maybe this could be the same thing, okay? Maybe it'll suck at first, but in the long run, okay, when we get the Hunter Biden presidency, when we get the AOC, okay, if we have our sovereign wealth fund and AOC runs for president, that could actually be, we could have a banging sovereign wealth fund.
Sovereign wealth funds or social wealth funds are investment funds owned and operated by the state government. Now, why would a state operate a sovereign wealth fund in the first place? What utility could this provide to the people and the government, and how exactly does this relate to socialism? Well, I'm going to talk about that and a whole lot more as I walk you through all the research I did on social wealth funds over the last few months. To begin, at the most fundamental level, an investment fund in this context is a pool of different assets owned and managed by an entity. These assets could be any number of things, from stocks to bonds to real estate. In my What is the Stock Market video, I talk about how, in this sense, social wealth funds are actually quite common in many parts of most every nation. If a social wealth fund is just a state-managed investment fund, then things like endowment funds for universities or pension funds for cities are subnational social wealth funds. Now, why would a state want to operate an investment fund? Well, for a lot of reasons, really. If we think basically about money management and finance, it's not really that good to have a bunch of cash just lying around all the time. For instance, say after all your costs at the end of the month, you have $1,000 you can save. It probably doesn't make as much sense to just leave that cash sitting in your checking account, because there's probably a savings account that can earn 0.5% or 1% interest. And $1,000 plus 0.5% or 1% is better than just $1,000 by itself. At least if you think more money is better than less money. In the same vein, if the government as a whole or a government agency has a surplus of cash or a regular revenue stream, it makes more sense to take this extra cash and invest it into something that can make a rate of return more than just leaving that cash sitting in a government treasury. Because at least in economics, once again, mo money does not indeed mean mo problems. Now this brings me to an important question to address in this video. Isn't this risky? Would we really want the government to invest a bunch of money into the stock market, bond market, and assorted other markets with the aim of earning money on the taxes we already pay them, or a return on the money they already get from state agencies, state entities, and or other revenue sources? Well, yes and no. Without going into it too much, all investing is risky to some extent, but if you're smart about it, you can substantially reduce an investment portfolio's exposure to risk even when combining highly risky assets. For instance, some college endowment funds invest in venture capital, which is considered one of the riskiest classes of assets. So let's say, for example, a university has a $10 billion endowment. They might use 4% of this endowment a year to fund regular operations, meaning this is money the university is absolutely counting on every year to meet their funding obligations. The university needs this $400 million a year, so why would they invest in such a risky thing like venture capital? Well, it's because venture capital doesn't always move up or down in the same direction, the same speed, or the same variance as something like bonds or stocks, which make up the bulk of the average university endowment portfolio. And skipping over a bunch of boring finance talk, it's possible to construct a portfolio of assets where each individual asset is riskier than the market average, but when combining these assets, we actually end up with a lower risk with a higher return. Look up.
Why not just use the money to pay off the debt? Because we can have a sovereign wealth fund and it can be cool. Okay, it'll be cool and awesome, and we can fund it with resource rents, which should be socialized anyway. Okay. I mean, I guess I just listen, okay. Again, this is what's gonna happen. You guys will see. We'll have a sovereign wealth fund. Okay. And, you know, Trump will probably make it fucking suck at first. But when we get AOC 2028, she will make it good and also come up with a comprehensive plan to fix the budget deficit, okay? And then we'll have a sovereign wealth fund and a budget surplus. This is my prediction. All my money is on this happening. Although also, you know, it's fun. This isn't a point that Accountability made to me, actually. When I talked to them about this once. You know, if the sovereign wealth fund invests some of its money in U.S. treasuries, if anything, you're reducing the risk of the deficit. You're a creditor to yourself, right? The U.S. sovereign wealth fund owns U.S. debt. Like that's less risky than fucking China owning the debt, right? Like.
Up portfolio optimization if you want to learn more about this concept outside the context of this video. This is the foundational governing philosophy to most investment funds, and that's why if a fund is managed well, there's not a lot of reason to be overly worried about the riskiness of the fund's investment assets themselves. They might have a bad year here and there, but in the long run, the fund will probably return more than it loses. At least it'll return more than just leaving your cash in your bank account. However, the phrase "if the fund is managed well" is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, and understanding this, another question becomes important to answer. Should we really trust the government to manage investments? And additionally, is any risk at all acceptable when talking about tax money or revenue from government operations? To answer this question, I'll reiterate one point and make another. One, more money is better than less money. So if it's the case that we can obtain a reliable return on the money the government holds in its treasury, then it makes sense to go ahead and invest it. After all, every dollar of money the government earns from an investment fund could be a dollar that the government doesn't need to collect in the form of taxation, which I'm sure at times we can all appreciate. Secondly, to the question of should we trust the government to manage investment funds, let's talk about the penultimate example of government social wealth funds, Norway. Norway is certainly not the only country which manages a social wealth fund, but it's certainly the most popular example. You
can fucking listen, Trump will have a social wealth fund and won't add any debt, okay? Because we'll finance it all by tariffs. What are you not getting, Bob Marley? You just finance it all via tariff revenue. This is what he's telling me. You could fucking socialize resource rents, okay? Okay, we can just socialize the fucking resource rents. You don't have to add to the debt. You don't have to borrow, okay?
And probably for good reason. It's absolutely gigantic. Despite being over 250 times smaller than China in terms of population, the Norwegians have a larger social wealth fund. So in order to determine whether or not the government can responsibly and sustainably manage such a fund or funds, we will look at the Norwegian social wealth fund and answer a few basic questions. What is the fund's origin? How is it managed? And how is it invested? To begin, Norway technically has three social...
Okay. Don't need to watch all this. It's just a good video. Also, you fail to consider, Bob Marley, how will we ever build socialism without the sovereign wealth fund? This is what you fail to consider. Opportunity cost of putting that revenue into wealth fund is paying off the debt. I mean, that's true. I guess I was just I think there is a case to be made. I don't know if specifically Trump is going to use the money well. So there's definitely a world in which it's preferable just to take that money and pay off the debt with it, right? I guess I'm just more Well, now I was gonna say, I guess I do think now I'm conflicted. Because I do think the government debt is starting to become an issue. So maybe it'd be good to socialize resource rents to pay off the interest that we pay on the debt. But I mean, listen, okay, we socialize the resource rents, we make the sovereign wealth fund, and we make the sovereign wealth fund, give out payments to people, and we can start cutting some of the income security programs, and problem solved. Okay, we fixed it. We fixed it. I do think I made this point earlier. I do think like there is a case to be made, like implementing a sovereign wealth fund, or even like I said earlier, like a UBI of fucking $10 a month, just to like have it on the books, just to like have the system set up, because it's hard to get rid of once it's like already there, even if it is like small or anything. By Trump being coined as a sovereign wealth fund is dude. It probably fucking will. It's probably gonna. Elon Musk is probably gonna be the fucking manager. We're probably gonna have Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy or Vivek's. I probably fully kicked out now. I think he's gone. So he'll be governor of Ohio. Yeah, we'll have Elon Musk telling it to buy Tesla stock and telling it to and by SpaceX. Paying off debt will also increase private investment due to crowding in. That's true, I guess, yeah. Anyway, I saw this video and it pissed me off. I just want to crash out about this on stream. I hate this kid so much. I also hate Instagram so much. Why the fuck does it do this?
Liberals
I don't know why it just doesn't do this to begin with.
are freaking out about tariffs. I'm just a kid, and I even know that tariffs can be very good for an economy. Did you know that Andrew Jackson, the only president to pay down the national debt, did it using zero income tax and having only tariffs?
First of all, like it's so obviously retarded for so many reasons. First of all, government spending back in Andrew Jackson's day was like 3% of GDP. Okay, we're spending like 25% of GDP now, and the debt is 130% of GDP. I don't know what was the debt. When was Andrew Jackson president? Like 1867 or something. Or no, I'm thinking of Andrew Johnson. Wait, did he say Johnson or Jackson?
Liberals are freaking out about tariffs. I'm just a kid, and I even know that tariffs can be very good for an economy. Did you know that Andrew Jackson...
Jackson. Okay, no, Jackson was earlier than that. 17... Dude, bro. When was this guy's term? Oh, wait, no, am I thinking of this guy? 1837. Okay, so a little bit before. U.S. debt to GDP, 1837. Or I guess I should use the start of his term because he paid it down. 1829. Okay, yeah, what's it? Okay. I don't know if this goes back this far. Also, what the fuck did Fred do? Does anyone know why Fred did this? I'm not used to this. I don't even know when they did that. I just went to Fred today and I noticed the fucking colors are different. This is a like different shade of gray, and it's fucked. Yeah, Fred doesn't go back this far. I can't imagine debt to GDP was anywhere close to what it was. Where it is now. What the fuck is this website? But this says it was 58 million. I don't know. This doesn't even It says it was reduced to 58 million. It doesn't even say, was he just lying? He didn't even pay off the debt entirely. It was still 58 million. He just reduced it. It says 100 million after the war. So, $140 million. The speech where Ronald Reagan talked about how he voted FDR in order to end the tariffs. God, it's so annoying. And also, it's so. Let's say he did. I don't believe he. He didn't even pay down all the debt apparently, and the debt was nowhere near as high as it was today. It fucking sucks. Okay, let's say he did. Let's grant him. Andrew Jackson paid down 100% of the debt using tariffs and no income tax. That doesn't make tariffs preferable to income tax. There are a trillion different ways to raise revenue if we want to pay down the debt, or even if we just want to spend money on something. There are a lot of different ways to raise revenue. Your argument can't just be, well, in the past, we raised revenue this way, and that was good because we raised enough revenue to pay down the debt. That's not how it works. Of course, there was no income tax before the 16th Amendment, before the Civil War. Like, what? Yeah, of course there was no income tax. It was hard to do income tax back then in the first place. We didn't have the technology to institute an income tax properly. We do now. Income tax, one, is progressive rather than regressive, right? Income tax taxes rich people a lot more than poor people. The bottom 50% of people barely fucking pay income tax. They pay like $600 a year in income tax on average. The bottom 50%. The bottom 20% of people in America don't even pay federal taxes on net. They get more benefits from the federal government than they pay in taxes by like a lot. If you make under the fucking standard deduction or whatever, you don't even like pay income tax. You would pay tariffs though. Tariffs are regressive. They tax everything at a flat rate, which means poor people are spending more as a percentage of their income on the added tax on the goods they buy. Poor people also just spend more on imported goods. A higher percentage of their income is spent on things that are imported from other countries. So it's a regressive tax. Also, income tax, share income tax, it's distortionary to some extent. Tariffs are also distortionary. Income tax doesn't make other fucking countries mad at us. Tariffs do. Tariffs invite other countries to retaliate and put tariffs on us. That's bad economically. Tariffs can harm our relationship with allies, and that's bad for, geopolitical reasons. So that's a problem income tax just doesn't have, and tariffs have. Tariffs are just not a very good way to raise revenue. They're distortionary and regressive and invite retaliation. Most other taxes don't do that. Like,
the only president to pay down the national debt did it using zero income tax and having only tariffs. Liberals would rather tax citizens on their income and position.
Also, it's so fucking liberals would rather. How does this guy? How do you think well, let me finish this sentence.
Than tariff international organizations. Tariffs.
I don't tariff international organizations. You mean, little bro. U.S. companies pay the tariffs. U.S. consumers pay the tariffs. The incidence is like overwhelmingly on U.S. consumers and businesses. It's not these international organizations are like multinational companies based in the U.S. Like, I don't know what you mean. They're consumers. Do you think the tariffs in Canada and Mexico are still coming? Honestly, I don't know. I don't see Trump going through his entire 4-year term without putting some amount of tariffs on Canada and Mexico that'll actually stay up. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if there'll be universal tariffs like these ones were, although presumably these were just for negotiation or whatever, or maybe he backed out because he saw the stock market dip. One of those two scenarios is probably true. I don't see him going all 4 years without putting tariffs on at least some products from Mexico, or at least some products from Canada. Can you provide a general explanation of why Trump decided to do this to Canada? What was he trying to achieve? It's hard to know. So Trump might just not like the trade deficit. He always complains about the trade deficit. He says we're subsidizing Canada. So that could be a reason. Reason I think that might not be true, though, is because Trump has also complained about all the fentanyl coming from Canada, supposedly, even though there's only like 42 pounds of fentanyl coming from Canada. Mexico has a lot more fentanyl, but he's also complaining about it in Mexico. And maybe he was just trying to strong arm Canada into increasing their border security. Now, Canada, basically, the new thing that Canada did for their border was like, I think they said they're stationing 10,000 troops and adding like one new border czar position or whatever, or fentanyl czar position, I think they said, to stop the 42 pounds of fentanyl that come in from the northern border. Trump also claims to want American manufacturing back. It's not going to happen with universal tariffs in Canada. Maybe he think it will. Maybe he's just lying to his base to try to get them done anyway. So, you know, it's some version of somewhere between he was just trying to strong arm Canada into increasing border security, and he has a fundamental misunderstanding of trade and what trade deficits are and how American manufacturing works or gets helped. I mean, I think he does have a fundamental misunderstanding of trade. I can't imagine literally every time that he's coming out and speaking about the trade deficit, or coming out and speaking about how foreign countries pay tariffs and how American manufacturing needs to be brought back. I can't imagine 100% of that is an act. So it could have just been that he does believe those things, but saw, you know, stock market reaction and was like, okay, I'll take what I can get from Canada, which is kind of these not super large concessions. I mean, 10,000 early drugs really an epidemic in the U.S. I wouldn't say from Canada they are, but yeah, drugs in general, fentanyl. Yeah. So the fentanyl overdoses are actually decreasing. They started decreasing months before Trump took office, but fentanyl is still a big problem. Yeah. Mostly that fentanyl is coming not from Canada, but from, I think Mexico is like 20,000 pounds of fentanyl crossing the border yearly. In Canada, it's like 40 pounds of fentanyl crossing yearly. Canada's not the issue here. There's some from China as well. The tariffs in China are still up, by the way. They've actually taken effect now, I think, actually. Yeah. I think it's just insecure. He wants to look like a big, strong man. I think, yeah. Well, here's the other explanation. I guess this is the third explanation, is that he just wanted good stories in the media, and he felt like he could get that even if he just got, like, relatively small concessions from Canada. I don't think the concessions from Canada are that big. He tries to paint them as like a super big concession or whatever. I don't think it's that big. With Mexico, it's arguably even worse, because we also agreed to like increase border security in our end to try to stop guns from entering Mexico. So like we're spending more on the border too because of this deal. But but doesn't it only affect the weakened population, almost like a Darwinian effect? What do you mean? Oh, drugs? Wow, thanks, ugly non-binary guy, 12 for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, buddy. Trump supporting dad said the government is inefficient and should try to regulate the economy. I was talking about tariffs. I know, it's so weird that like all these people, like this kid even, to the extent this kid actually has political beliefs and isn't just reading the script of what his dad tells him to read, conservatives always rave against taxes and government spending and government control, but tariffs are good. Tariffs are somehow the most efficient type of taxation and government control. It's also just so funny that MAGA, like, like, God, I hate this. So many people are like, so many people I've talked to even that told me, Trump is going to bring manufacturing back, and you're going to look back in 4 years and manufacturing is going to be back, and you're going to know that you were wrong. Who are now like, actually, Trump was never going to do tariffs, and Trump with a masterful negotiation plan. I'm like, brother, you told me that we were going to get rid of the income tax. Brother, you told me that we were going to bring manufacturing back. Tariffs that aren't implemented are not going to replace income tax. Tariffs that are not implemented are not going to bring much manufacturing back. To some extent, the threat of tariffs alone will bring some jobs back because companies don't want to invest, in production in other countries if they think there might be a trade war between these. But there's not, to the extent that tariffs are effective at bringing manufacturing back, which I don't think they are particularly effective at doing. Tariffs that are never implemented are not going to do very much of that. We need to start calling them import taxes. I know. Also, it's just like, so I think he ends his video saying tariffs over taxes. Like, brother, tariffs are taxes. What do you mean, brother?
Yes, taxes no. Liberals
Oh yeah, tariffs yes, taxes no. Like what? Like
are freaking out.
Also, this is just ChatGPT here. Did you know tariffs can boost our economy in ways that taxes can't? Tariffs are taxes. Let's dive into why tariffs are the superhero we need. Again, ChatGPT. Fucking ourselves tax. Accurate. 1. Protect local businesses. Tariffs shield our homegrown heroes from foreign competition, allowing local businesses to flourish and create more jobs. The create more jobs part is like, you're protecting jobs in some industry at the cost of jobs in other industries. Like, right, like you're almost certainly not protecting net jobs. You might, if you tariff steel again, you're going to protect jobs in the steel industry. Jobs in all the industries that use steel are going to be harmed. Consumers are also going to have less income because they have to spend more they have less after tax income. You're taxing them. It's a tax. They have less after tax income. They have to spend more on shit, and they can't spend. They have to spend more on the tariff shit and can't spend on other things. Resources don't come out of nowhere. If you're changing, the relative profitability of sectors, and that means there's going to be more investment in sectors that you make relatively more profitable via the tariff, but also that draws investment away from other sectors. You're taking investment away from other sectors towards the now protected sector. That's not necessarily a good thing. Interesting what Trump's straightforward strategy is, considering how aggressive he's become. It'll be really interesting to see what happens in a month if he actually does the tariffs that he paused for a month for Canada and Mexico. I'm really curious to see what happens. 2. Encourage innovation. No evidence of this. With a competitive edge, domestic industries are inspired to innovate and advance, leading to better products and services. This is just, again, it's ChatGPT. So, I don't want to go too hard for how fucking retarded the statement is, because they just use an AI probably to make the caption long for Instagram Reels algorithm, right? But they have less of an incentive to innovate because you're reducing competition. You're telling them you don't have to compete against the foreign industry anymore. They're protected. Protectionism protects them. Protect local business. Protect from who? From the foreign companies. There's less competition. They have less incentive to innovate because consumers have less choice now. They have to buy from them because the foreign shit's too expensive. What do you mean? This is why there's no evidence that tariffs increase productivity. All the evidence shows, both in U.S. history and world history, we have a big study of this from the IMF that's looks at 151 countries. Cato has a whole paper on this about the history of U.S. tariffs. They find in the industries that we tariffed, productivity did not increase. Productivity, in some cases, decreases. In a lot of cases, actually decreases because there's less competition. If I have less competition, I have less incentive to innovate, not more. What are you talking about, dog? Revenue generation. Tariffs bring in revenue without directly hitting your wallet like taxes do. This is just misinformation. When I spread misinformation online? What do you mean? What do you mean? sometimes some of the tariff incidence falls on other countries, sure, but like, what the most reasonable assumption is that like over 90% of the incidence of the tariffs falls on people within your country, whether it be businesses or consumers. I've never seen anything that suggests under 90% of the incidence is on people domestically. Maybe I have to do more reading on a pastor rate, but like, oh my God. More funds for public services without the extra tax burden. These people don't even care about these people hate public services. Balanced trade. Strategic tariffs, notice strategic and not universal, can balance trade deficits, ensuring fair play across the global stage. I explained earlier in the stream why trade deficits aren't bad. There's just no reason to have balanced trade. It's just not a necessarily good thing. There's no reason to believe it's necessarily good. Also, tariffs, it says strategic tariffs. Strategic tariffs are sometimes effective in reducing bilateral trade deficits, but tariffs often don't actually reduce the trade deficit that much on net. Again, this is what the IMF study found when they looked at 151 countries over 50 years, okay? They said tariffs reduce productivity, they reduce employment, they reduce output, all these negative things, but lead to small effects on trade deficits. Because, like, for example, one thing that, first of all, God, I don't want to continue this rant for too long, but a tax on imports is a tax on exports. The same way, taxing the sale of gasoline reduces both the purchase and production of gasoline, okay? You tax one side of a transaction, both sides get one side gets explicitly taxed, the other side implicitly taxed. If you tax imports, you also harm exports. Secondly, yeah, I was just about to mention this, exchange rate appreciation. Tariffs lead to exchange rate appreciation. They just, the whole point of tariffs is to reduce the amount that we import. That's the whole point. One of the big points of tariffs is to reduce the amount that we import. When we do that, demand for foreign currency falls, which reduces the value of foreign currency and increases the relative value of the US dollar, right? That means when it's cheaper for our currency to buy other currencies, it's cheaper for us to import things. It makes it cheaper for us to import things. So we're canceling out part of the effect of the tariff for making it cheaper to import things. This is why when every fucking conservative, and I saw this on Twitter, made me so fucking mad, dude. When N Wokeness and Benny Johnson were tweeting out, we tariffed, hold on. All right, let me just go through my tweets. Oh, they added, oh, no, never mind. I thought the community was going to say that. This is why when every fucking conservative is tweeting out, immediately following Trump's announcement, the value of both the Canadian dollar and Mexico peso were in free fall. Don't mess with the United States of America. And they show the value of the other currencies plummeting. They're fucking retarded for saying this. This is canceling out the effect of the tariff. The whole point of the tariff is to make it more expensive to buy their goods. The reason why countries are harmed when we tariff them is because we're not buying goods from them. We're buying less of their goods. When the value of their currency falls, it makes it cheaper for us to buy their goods. You're actively undermining the effect of the tariff. This is actively undermining the reason the tariffs hurt the country that we're imposing them on. How stupid can you be? How stupid can you be? Which effect dominates? It depends on a lot of things. I think No Opinion has a good article about this. Usually, exchange rate appreciation doesn't fully cancel out the effect of tariffs. So, so fucking stupid. I was doing it. It's so infuriating. It's so infuriating. Gotta hate this kid. Let's champion smarter economic strategies that benefit us all. Are you team tariff? Let us know in the comments. Hashtag tariffs over taxes. Okay, thank God this is not a popular thing.
I'm a conservative kid. Of course I...
Jesus.
Liberals
Anyway, I saw this and it made me really mad.
are
So that's that. I just got mad at that. And I'm justified for getting mad at that. Do that kid will debate me. I will. Well, I will debate that kid, but I do think he. How old did he? He looked like 9 years old or something. I don't know. I don't want to make I don't want to make a 9-year-old cry. Okay. I'll debate his dad, his dad or mom or whoever writes the fucking scripts for him. Or him, but anyway, if we want the really good memes, why Canada should join the EU. Europe needs space and resources. Canada needs people. Let's make a deal. As international conflicts go, none did so little to disrupt global order as the Whiskey Wars that pitted Canada against Denmark for 4 decades. Flaring up in 1984, the unlikely spat involved a 1 square kilometer island in the middle of the icy Arctic Channel, marking the border between Greenland, now self-ruling part of Denmark, and the Canadian territory of Nunavut. Want to move to beachfront property? Is there a cheap beachfront property in Gaza yet? Could I? Get Matic can do it under 90 seconds. I mean, if you link me, anyone saying something stupid about terrorists. I mean, I just go. You want me to get mad? It's not that hard. Let's just see. Turn it into short. Oh, I hear I get mad at this. $3 million taxpayer dollars used to study fast shrimp. They run on a treadmill. I mean, first of all, I guess this is just a lie. $47 for the shrimp terminal, $1,000 for the second one. Second of all, I'm just like, everyone always said, the government paid $3 million to watch hamsters have sex. The government paid quadrillion dollars to force people to drink insect cum. And it's like, you look at any programs, and like, first of all, it's like, that's not what they did. And second of all, it's like, it turns out, hey, actually, watching these insects had sex increased crop yields by like 50%. And this was actually a really good thing. And like, it actually led to like a long-term net revenue generation because of the like increased economic activity. My understanding is that like the basic research, the basic R&D that the government does is actually pretty fucking efficient in terms of its return on investment. The government funds a lot of medicine that turns out well. The government funds a ton of shit for our military, which has big spillover effects. Like we develop military tech. Even fucking Siri was started as like a military thing. And eventually Apple got, I don't know how the licensing works, but like Apple got access to it and they added it to phones, and now we have all these like smart assistant things. So like that's government money going to R&D that had like a huge spillover benefit. That was probably a long run like fiscal ROI. I heard my parents having sex and I didn't feel any positive impact whatsoever. Well, you could have made it positive. You could have I don't know, you could have recorded it. Would have been a nice ROI there. Recorded it, put it online. Some free money there. Both sides assumed the rock was there, so what might have been considered a casus belli by lesser countries became, for the Northern Bureau, an exercise in diplomatic civility. Canadian officials visiting the island marked their territory by leaving whiskey and flags. Danes asserted sovereignty by snaffling the booze and leaving their own schnapps for Canadians to enjoy. I don't know how to pronounce that. In lieu of shots fired, polite letters were occasionally exchanged. When the quarrel grew tiresome, a working group spent years agreeing to split the island down the middle, ending all hostilities in 2022. Oh no, is my chat fighting against non-binary people now? With enemies like these, who needs friends? As it turns out, both Europe and Canada may be in the market for upgraded alliances. Donald Trump's return to the White House on January 20th brings with it the prospect of tariffs and jingoistic bluster. Nerves are jingling on both sides of the North Atlantic. Places on the fringes of the European Union, are rethinking their ties to the club. Switzerland has agreed to a closer alliance. Iceland will hold a referendum in 2017 on joining. 2027. Greenland, which left the EU in 1985 after gaining an autonomy from Denmark, might consider rejoining, given Mr. Trump's obsession with it. But Canada may have the most to fret about. Mr. Trump is goading his neighbor by suggesting it is about to become America's 51st state and referring to its prime minister as Governor Justin Trudeau. Officials from Ottawa and EU capitals have been trading notes on how to handle another bout of Mr. Trump. Charlemagne, who enjoys both European and Canadian heritage, has a ready solution to both places' woes. The EU should invite Canada to become its 28th member. The not entirely straightforward case for Canada-EU predates Mr. Trump. It is, in short, that Canada is vast and blessed with natural resources but relatively few people, while the EU is small, cramped, and mineral poor. Sure, EU rules reserve membership to European states, yet despite a residual attachment to the frontier spirit, Canadians can be thought of as honorary Europeans. The country has endured 3 sets of colonists from the old continent, starting with the brief Viking incursion. Like Europeans, Canadians believe that markets work but must be tempered by welfare states. Their governments offer similar deals to their citizens: high taxes, messy parliamentary politics. Canada may soon have a new governor, give Mr. Trudeau some popularity, and good living standards for nearly all. Both trade openly, fret about global warming, and dislike guns, the death penalty, and Russian aggression. But Europe has more to gain from a tie-up with Canada than access to the Quebec Strategic Maple Syrup Reserve. Europeans can be sold an enlargement by the prospect of the Union tripling its surface area while adding only 40 million Canadians to a population of 440 million. The EU will go from having a population density not far from that of China's to that of America's, assuming enough Greeks and Belgians volunteer to live in the rather chilly conditions. Europe is short of energy too. Canada has lots of oil, gas, and hydropower. A rich new joiner would help the EU's finances. France, historically reluctant to enlarge the EU, would jump at the chance of a new French-speaking member, though it might settle for letting in just Francophone Quebec, which is again mumbling about seceding. Welcoming King Charles III, the Canadian. It would be funny if we got Quebec independence and Quebec became a member of the EU. That'd be a fucking hilarious EU map, man. Welcoming King Charles III, the Canadian head of state, EU confab would please those who still mourn Brexit. Europeans could learn from Canada how to allow immigration in a fashion that the population embraces rather than tolerates. Though a housing crunch has frayed their consensus conscience as of late. Canada's inclusive treatment of its Indigenous people, at least in recent decades, could be mulcted by the Europeans, though its First Nation Canadians might fairly object to closer ties with ex-colonists. Canada's ties to the Pacific, thanks in large part to migrant influence from Asia, would round out Europeans' regional focus. The euro would look far more global if it accepted in Vancouver. Do you support Canada to join the EU? I mean, if Canada want... I'm not a Canadian citizen. I mean, I have no issues with Canada joining the EU. I think it, I don't see a reason why it would be super negative. Like, if they want to join the EU, I think it's fair for them to do that. I don't have super strong opinions on it. It's a good meme, and I think it would be funny. And I think free trade is based in the EU. Is a trade union. Europe has a few lessons of its own for Canada, which might show off the benefit of EU membership to its own populace. The Brussels antitrust machinery has done a fine job keeping competition vibrant in areas such as banking, airlines, and telecoms, giving Europeans a better deal than Canadians get. Canada talks about cutting carbon emissions, but has yet to really do so. While Europe's emissions are down over 1/3 from their peak, EU countries have figured out how to create a single market, flawed as it is, that makes it easier to trade between them than it's often for Canadian firms to trade across the 13 provinces. By the way, this was so... God, that ad was goated. I didn't prior to the whole Trump tariff shenanigan, there was like some ad a Canadian Prime Minister put out that was like, oh, you know, you think tariffs are bad. Well, it's actually easier for Canada to fucking trade with other countries than it is for Canadian provinces to trade with each other. That ad is beautiful. I love that ad so much. I didn't actually know Canada had internal trade barriers that were so fucked until it was after Trump was elected, before like he actually imposed the tariffs, but like while he was still like threatening them, or before he signed the order to impose them, they never actually went into effect. I saw the thing that was like, you know, the US has like internal trade barriers equivalent to like a 3% tariff, and like Canada has internal trade barriers equivalent to like a 20% tariff. I'm like, what the fuck how is that even possible? The EU is also a political union, though. They tend to overregulate. The base part about the EU, okay, is the trade part, okay? The less base part is the we're going to regulate tech companies to death part, okay? But, you know, Canada already does that. Well, what big tech company does Canada have, okay? What fucking... I'm trying to think. Ain't nothing good come out of Canada ever, okay? Except Lactoid. He's alright. Everyone clip that and send that to Lactoid. He'll get mad at it. And territories of their own nation. European members of NATO as a whole spend over 2% of GDP on defense, meeting their target set by the alliance in 2014. Canada is at a meager 1.4%. Maple syrup meet Belgian waffle. Alas, Europe still insists that the EU is for Europeans. Canada would be reluctant to join a customs union that would jeopardize its vital trading ties with America. Oh well, if Canada-EU remains but a geopolitical thought experiment, that does not preclude an ever closer relationship. Canada already takes part in several European schemes, such as a military mobility and space travel. More could be done. Canada's gas cannot reach EU shores because of a lack of LNG shipping infrastructure. The Canada-EU trade deal, enacted in 2017, is the bloc's most ambitious, but remains in its provisional application. 10 EU countries have yet to ratify its most far-reaching measures. Short of bringing Canada into the club, Europeans could start by getting that deal over the line. I think there is a... I forget what the rule exactly is for... joining the EU. I don't know if it's a formal rule that you have to be in Europe, or I think it's just I saw on Twitter people meme about the island they were talking about earlier, where Canada technically has like a 1 mile long border with Denmark, and that would allow them to join, but I don't actually know if that's true. Free movement and free trade is part of the single market. It would be better for Canada to join a single market without joining the EU. Well, sure. I mean, I guess I forget the fucking layers that the EU has. Okay, they don't have to be a full member, but if they can just they can be in the Eurozone or Schengen area. Schengen area is just a free travel, right? And then there's like expanded Eurozone or some shit. It's weird shit. Canada countries achieve stability of institutions, guaranteeing democracy, the rule of law, human rights, respect for the protection of minorities, and the existence of a functioning market economy, as well as the capacity to cope with competitive pressure and market forces within the union. Members presupposes the candidate's ability to take on the obligation of members, including adherence to the aims of political, economic, and monetary union. It probably wouldn't be... Not every EU country uses the euro, right? But... probably would not be good for them. I can't imagine it'd be good for Canada to go on the euro. I doubt it. Euro is bad anyway, real. What's wrong? I mean, I don't actually know what's bad about the euro. I don't know. I mean, I know it makes sense for some small countries. I don't know if it's ever good for countries to have a shared currency. I don't know if that's ever. I don't know if that's ever good. Makes no sense. Greece should have the same exchange rates as Germany. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's ever good to not have like relatively large countries without monetary independence. I don't know if that's good. I know Mike retweeted it. This
With
video.
President Trump's new tariffs on Canada's economy, it is reckless to remain so helplessly dependent on just one export market, the United States. Canada must also look to sell to other countries, and I've found just the one. It is a country that needs Canada's products, and it sells things that we benefit from buying. It's a peaceful democracy with lots of resources and famously nice people. It shares our climate, culture, and would you believe it? Their official languages are French and English, just like us. There's only one problem. This country imposes massive trade barriers on us that cost about $5,100 per person. So which country is it that we should be pursuing as our new top trading partner? Switzerland? France? No. Our new top trading partner will be Canada. But don't we already have free trade with ourselves? Nope. It's actually easier for our businesses to sell to other countries than to other Canadian provinces. Trade barriers between Canadian provinces are actually more costly than trade barriers between Canada and other nations. The result is that we now trade more with the rest of the world than we trade with ourselves. In 2023,
That's not bad, like intrinsically, but because it's representative, or because it's caused in large part by these fucking stupid internal trade barriers. It's
international
bad.
trade was worth 66% of our GDP, while interprovincial trade was only worth 36%. That makes no sense. Economist Trevor Tomb estimated that eliminating all interprovincial trade barriers would boost Canada's economy by as much as 7.9% and generate an economic boost of $200 billion per year, or $5,100 per person. In 2022, Canadian provinces and territories sold nearly $600 billion to the U.S. and only $241 billion to each other. Trade barriers are standing in the way of Canadians doing business.
We're not gonna watch all this, but it's just how fucked as a country do you have to be?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Oh. Actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying. But
True. I think, by the way, because we're just on the Twitter stuff, we might go on a... I want to do this because I want to learn about it, and I don't... it might come up in debates or whatever. These people taught everyone, Mike Lee, and I think this is a Twitter rando, but Mike Lee's a senator, trying to end the... I think Elon Musk retweeted this as well. Trying to end the fucking Federal Reserve. So we might start reading some good heart, okay? Might start reading some banking regulation and central banking defenders, okay? Did you see Trump saying the U.S. might take Gaza? I saw him saying that he might deport, that he wants to deport everyone from it. He wants to make them go to Egypt and Jordan. I didn't see him saying that we were going to take it. I think I saw him saying like earlier, like a month ago or whatever, we need to rebuild it differently. Which I don't know what that entails, but I don't think I don't think any conservative is serious about can you be quiet, Gaza? I don't know if any conservative. Why shouldn't I say any conservative? Most conservatives don't seriously want to end the Fed. I don't think Mike Lee wants to seriously end the Fed. I think I honestly think that all they're trying to do is convince people that the Fed is bad, so that when Trump fires Powell, everyone's like, oh, the Fed was evil to begin with. Of course of course Trump should control the Fed. Of course Daddy Trump should set the interest rate. What do you mean? The Fed is evil. Didn't you see all the MAGA people complaining about the Fed? What do you mean? The Fed is evil. So I don't think these people in good faith on board in the Fed. I think all these people in good faith are think the Fed is a net bad. I just think they're trying to create a justification for Trump to interfere with it. So we might go on I collected I asked some people on Twitter, and I asked some people in Discord as well for stuff to read on the Fed, and I got some stuff. Mainly Goodhart. We're probably gonna read some Goodhart at some point. We're not gonna read the whole 200-page central bank necessary, but we might read some of it. And then I think there's another. We'll just read a lot of Goodhart. Okay. Why do banks need a central? I think we might read this one. Base Goodhart. Yeah. I doubt it'll ever come up in debates, and if it does, whoever we're debating on the fucking central bank, if it's a MAGA person, it's not going to have a deep understanding of how the fucking central bank works. So I don't know. It's not worth in terms of just debating. It's just not actually worth reading 200-page fucking Goodhart book just to debate people. But I'll find it interesting. And it'll let me destroy people. Because the Federal Reserve, it's one of America's great institutions, and Trump wants to destroy it. And I will not let Powell fall. I will not let my goat Powell fall. I have his book, Where Does Money Come? Oh, wait, is he an MMTer? Oh, no. Oh, no. I can't read him now. Oh, no. Can't believe he's got fucking 48k likes. Wait, who is doing the emergency stream? U.S. says, Trump says U.S. will own and develop Gaza. I could call him the Wick. I think he's doing Collins.
The fact of the matter is that a lot of people that turned out in 2020 did not turn out. Foreign policy decision.
You're talking about Israel too. The United States will take over the Gaza Strip and will own it. You can't get... What is he... Dude, we have a fucking trade surplus with Israel. You won't just let Israel control the Gaza Strip? What do you, bro, Israel literally subsidizes us. What? I thought we had a trade surplus with Israel. Am I wrong? Oh. I guess I made that up. Never mind. We had a trade surplus in 2015. Oh, never mind. Okay, I got them wrong. Oh, wait, this is Israel's trade. That's not what I want, but we still, regardless, have a trade with Israel, apparently. Who recommended you good art? Someone in Discord I asked earlier. Actually, I think they're both named Sam. Sam, who's like a sock them, and then this Sam on Twitter. What if they're the same person? I didn't consider that. But someone I was talking to in Dean's, the TikTok streamer Dean's Discord server, I asked them, what do you have to read about Thunderbikes? Are they MT? No, they're sock them. But he like retweeted this, and I just asked him what are the best things to read. And he was like, oh, read Goodheart. And then he retweeted with a full biography. Oh, they're post-game, yeah. Anyway.
Well, I said it, and he said it very well. It's a problem without warfare, without all of the things.
This is unhinged. I guess, I don't know, I guess we have a trade episode of Israel, so they owe us the Gaza Strip because we're subsidizing them to the tune of $10 billion a year. The military aid we give them isn't subsidizing them, though. It's just a trade deficit. So I guess we'll own the Gaza. I guess I can buy some fucking. He wasn't lying. Anarch wasn't lying. I can buy some real estate in Gaza, some nice beachfront property in the Gaza Strip. Cool. Hold on, I was just looking. Okay. Kushner, whose family made its fortune in New York, said at the same time that Israel should move Gazan civilians to the Negev Desert and sell to Israel. Ha good luck, buddy. Huh. He's not getting fucking Jordan and Egypt to accept Palestinians is hard. Putting Gazans in the Negev Desert? Good luck, bro. Good luck, bro. Good luck. Actually, wasn't Trump's first... The Trump fucking peace plan actually gave the Palestinians this random area in the fucking... These are the nice... This is the nice land swaps that we got out of from Trump here. I think I'm supposed to give them access to some like there's like oil here or something, and I think it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be so that you could get oil or something. But oh my god, what fucking what a unworkable border situation. Are you like? First of all, we're annexing most of the West Bank here, and we have like I don't even know if all this West Bank area is. Like, this looks like a, enclave here is what they're called, right? Like, bro. Bro, first of all, this fucking West Bank border, how are we managing that? This is a shit show. No shot this is workable. And then we connect it to Gaza with the tunnel or whatever. That's fair. And then Gaza keeps this. But then also we give Gaza this weird panhandle with fucking tumors on it. We're giving Gaza like a panhandle longer than Gaza itself with weird tumors on it. What no fucking shot, bro. And I think this is... They were supposed to give them like natural gas or something, but this is... Like, this is just desert. It's not much. Not much there. Hold on. Let me. This is the. Like, this is where, like, the big tumors are. Like, where. I don't even know if it goes. I think it probably ends, like, there. Hard to tell. It ends before, like, this weird zigzagging part, so. Like, right here, I guess. They're getting, like, bro, like, bruh. Bro. Oh, okay. Well, we're gone. Damn.
Born and raised in.
Have and still.
Well, he did do Collins, but. Wait, Richard Warner is a anti-vaxxer? This guy that has been trying to indoctrinate me with endogenous money has been an anti-vaxxer the whole time. Are you kidding me? No shot. You left this part out? Hey, this guy wrote a cool paper, and the Bank of England cited him in the 2014 paper too. And he's an anti-vaxxer? He's an anti-vax. What? What? Dog. You left that. You left that part out. You left that part out. Bruh. Kicked out of my universe. What? Did you left that part out that he's been kicked out of the university for being too crazy? Are you kidding me? Huh? I think we're taking it again. I think I'm done. I think like I'll probably take Nelson. Like, this is the effect of a 10% tariffs on China. Like, I'll probably take Nelson some of this shit just so I can have it for any debates I do. But I'm so done seriously trying to engage with these people, man. He soon came for being discriminated against as a white Christian. What the fuck? Okay. Good to know. What Scott Sumner has to say about the tariff situation. Here's Gideon Rackman in the Financial Times. Our strategy on tariffs will be to shoot first and ask questions later. Now it's what one of Donald Trump's key economic policy advisors told me late last year. That kind of macho swagger is currently fashionable in Washington. Macho swagger, where have we seen that before? Back in 2004, the Bush administration was very confident in its ability to shape reality. In a summer in 2002, I had written an article in Esquire that the White House didn't like about Bush's former communications director, Karen Hughes. I had a meeting with the senior advisor to Bush. He expressed to White House's displeasure, and then he told me that at the time I didn't fully comprehend, but which I now believe gets at the very heart of the Bush presidency. The aide said that guys like me were in what we called the reality-based community, which he defined as people who believe solutions emerge from your judicious study of discernible reality. I nodded and murmured something about enlightenment principles and empiricism. He cut me off. That's not the way the world really works anymore, he continued. We're an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And when you're studying that reality judiciously, as you will, we'll act again, creating new realities, which you can study too. And that's just how things will sort out. We're history's actors, and you, all of you, will just be left out to study what we do. Unfortunately, reality often has its own agenda, and what we saw in Iraq, as we saw in Iraq, it's not always what one might wish to occur. I often see pundits discussing the economic impact of tariffs. Anyone who's taken Econ 101 already knows tariffs reduce efficiency, and I have little to add on that question. In addition, it's not always easy to know what sort of policy is being proposed. Does the government intend to impose tariffs and really threaten tariffs to bully our allies into kowtowing to our government with symbolic gestures of subservience? In my view, the most important question today is not the technical aspect of the economic policy, it's not the deadweight loss from tariff, rather it's the global political climate. What explains the recent surge in authoritarian nationalism? Economics is downstream of politics. For real. He's crazy. What, he invented QE? Wait, what? I didn't know this guy. What do you mean he invented QE? This guy invented, he was like what, at the Bank of Japan in 1982 and said do some large scale asset purchases. What? I think Japan was the first place to do it. So this guy is crazy. Again, I'm so, yes, that was literally it. 1990. Okay. Google, if you don't believe me, you got famous by writing a big book on Japan's economy. Yeah, it says here, Principles of Yen, best-selling Japan, 2014, and published empirical evidence that each bank carries. Yeah. I only know him from the 2014 paper of the fucking German banks that he did. I don't know him from. I didn't know he made fucking QE and also was discriminated against for being a like Christian at Cambridge and is now suing. Like, what the fuck? Or claims to be. He probably wasn't actually, but claims to be. And he's an anti-vaxxer. This is some insane. This guy has some insane fucking lore. This guy's based. Oh my god. But also, I'm just so. Just real quick. I just have to hold on. I just gotta complain. I gotta complain for a little bit here. Gotta complain. Okay. The economic impact of tariffs. Do people not realize the whole point of tariffs is to fight against the already existing economic impact of horrible trade agreements? First of all, what horrible trade agreements? The ones that Trump made? The ones that your guy negotiated? Why are these trade agreements bad? Like, I don't even, I wouldn't call the USMCA a horrible trade agreement. I don't know if it was better than NAFTA. It could be, because it did lead to, there were some things about it that were good. But there were other things like requiring more parts being made in America or whatever, which I think were probably bad. But like, I wouldn't call it a horrible trade agreement. Don't spill any water or you're fixing the flooding they're done. Like this guy was telling me I'm going to be proven wrong in 4 years when we bring all this American manufacturing back. And now you're like, actually, the economic impacts don't matter. This guy was telling me that we were going to raise so much revenue from tariffs that like we can get rid of the income tax.
As we transition to a system that also relies on external revenue that we have in ERS. Tariffs are an untapped source of revenue. Even if you think the American government isn't overtaxing the American taxpayer, I think the ERS is a chance at bringing.
Also, I would love, I want to see, I'll debate on this too. I just, I would love to see O'Connor Boy versus Quintuple on fucking like welfare and taxation. Anyway, sorry, this guy lives in my head rent free. Okay, hold on. Where's the sneak diss at me? Be wary of people who read a lot but don't think. This is a sneak diss at me 100%. Going to be a rough start, but if we accomplish our trade goals, you'll be in a much better place than we are now. Something must be done to alleviate the tax burden. Obviously, foreign billionaires and government don't want to foot that bill, yet they make hundreds of billions of dollars in our market. God, it infuriates me. I don't even like these people like, to be clear, I as well am a billionaire defender, okay? I love our billionaires. I love taxing the poor, not the rich, okay? I love consumption taxes and not taxing the savings of the billionaires, okay? But so do these people. These guys love billionaires more than I do. These guys don't care about taxing billionaires. Like, what do you mean? Just because they're foreign billionaires, now it's good to tax them? I don't... He's horribly misplacing tariff incidents. So you're not really taxing them. You're taxing American poor people because tariffs are regressive. But what do you mean, dog? What do you mean? What the fuck is going on? What do you mean? I was just... kill me. Taxing billionaires isn't even inflation offset because it'll allow NPC to be... That is true, Compton. Okay, yeah, I know. The rabbit I think is gay. Listen, okay, there are social negative externalities from the inequality. We gotta tax the billionaires. I just don't, these guys don't care about taxing billionaires. This guy, I don't know. First, Pentuple has no nuanced sauce in tax policy. Pentuple he couldn't even follow what a social wealth fund was. He couldn't conceptualize what a social wealth fund it was, or a sovereign wealth fund, same thing. He doesn't have a nuanced sauce in tax policy to begin with. But this guy defends billionaires 100%. Which again, we don't even disagree there, okay? Well, I probably disagree a little bit, but I'm not even like, well, taxes. I'm a capitalist. God, it makes me mad. Makes me mad. It's just so, thanks for the sub, AZ. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. For the prime sub. Hell yeah. Can you explain sovereign wealth fund for me? Is it just a national investment? Yeah, basically. It's just a publicly owned investment fund. So I think the most efficient way and most often way it's funded is by usually it's by socializing in countries like resource rents. So Norway, for example, has a very big sovereign wealth fund. What they do is they take the profits from oil companies. One of what they have a state-owned oil company, and they take its profits and just invest it in a ton of different companies all over the world, right? And bonds as well, And it's an investment fund, and it grows over time, and it's publicly owned, so it can be used to finance a lot of stuff. Sometimes it's used for direct payments, like Alaska, has its oil companies socialized, right? And no problem with disagreeing tariffs, but I always support the small streamers. I appreciate it, buddy. Oh wait, you're the YouTube chatter, right? Yeah. We don't even disagree that much in tariffs, right? No, I remember you. I didn't organize it for. I remember you. Yeah. We have very marginal disagreements on tariffs, but yes, correct. But you socialized resource rents and investment, and it grows over time. You can use it for direct payments, like Alaska does. Alaska just sends its citizens a check every fucking year. They send it varies depending on oil prices and stuff. They send a check to their people. I think Norway uses it for pensions, and I think Norway also Norway might just use it to fund some of their government spending. Trying to offset costs, it seems like it could be net benefit. What do you mean? I mean, Trump is. I don't think Trump has very nuanced thoughts on it. So I don't. I mean, the Treasury Secretary was going to say we're going to use fucking tariffs to fund it. Okay, so. I don't really know what Trump is trying to do. I think he thinks it's probably just going to be a popular policy, which it could be. It definitely could be a net benefit. Okay, I'm not as pro sovereign wealth fund as other people, but hey, how can you make the case for subsidies to convince someone who is staunchly opposed to it, including for education, training for specialized craft, research, utilities costs, environmental concerns, agriculture, industrialization? I mean, the easiest, I'm not in favor of subsidies for all those things necessarily, but I mean, the easiest cases or thing to say is that these are usually just like positive externalities, right? So, you know, society is probably going to be better if everyone is educated, you know, be it even to like a high school level or college level, right? Clearly, there are long-term benefits to educating these people. They are more productive. They're more informed voters. There are all these positive externalities that aren't necessarily like accounted for in the market, right? A lot of people can't afford college individually, but overall society is a lot better off if they do go to college. So we might want to subsidize them going to education because we feel like the nation as a whole is better off if we subsidize them going to education. For, the environment, you know, pollution isn't necessarily like accounted for in the market. A company, human capital, you know, a company doesn't necessarily have to pay anything if they're polluting like a lake or river or something. Or if they're putting carbon in the atmosphere, which is pollution, right? That makes us all worse off. It makes global warming happen. Like, that's not a good thing. We should probably, there are ways to do it other than subsidies, but like, for example, you could do like a cap and trade policy where like a company gets allotted a certain amount of carbon that they can't emit, and they can either reduce their carbon emissions to fit within that allotted amount, or they can buy carbon emissions like permits from other companies, and that's a really good like market mechanism for reducing pollution. Or you can like subsidize the development of solar panels, like if we want to move to clean energy because we think, you know, green energy and solar panels are better for the environment, and that's not accounted for in the market. Let's say, you know, let's throw $1 billion into investing in new solar panel technology, in giving people money to put solar panels on their shit, right? That's the case for subsidies in these cases. Carbon credits are the sketchiest market out there. Do you mean like the carbon offsetting thing where like you like pay a company and they supposedly like protect part of a forest for you or whatever? I think you're thinking of this. Yeah, I think there's like some companies where like if you donate to them, they'll say, hey, we'll take this amount of carbon out of the atmosphere, you know, because we're protecting a forest that would otherwise be deforested or something. A lot of those companies are sketchy. Yeah, tons of good, some lies. But what I'm talking about is just giving companies like saying like, hey, you're allowed. Every company starts with, you know, being allowed to pollute 2,000 metric tons of carbon into the atmosphere. I'm not a climate expert. I don't know if that's a lot or a little. I don't know if that's a reasonable amount for a company to emit. Now, companies that, don't produce a lot of carbon would be allowed to sell their carbon offsets to other companies who do have to pollute a lot of carbon for what they do. And this is like a way of limiting the amount of carbon that we emit overall. But companies would also have an incentive now to reduce the amount of carbon they emit, because now they don't have to buy pollution permits from other people. And if they are reduce it enough, they can actually sell their pollution permits to other people, right? Like maybe I'm polluting 3,000, but I can reduce it to only 1,000. And now I have 1,000 pollution permits that I can sell. So I have a really good incentive to not pollute as much, because I don't have to buy pollution permits, and I can even sell mine if I get it low enough. When it comes to externalities, do you know counters of Coase theorem? I mean, the Coase theorem, it's just the transaction costs are too high for a lot of positive externalities, right? That's the whole thing with the Coase theorem, is that if the transaction costs are too high, people just won't do it. Like I think the transaction cost for pollution across the carbon pollution across the entire country is just way too high to reasonably be like internalized by the market. I don't even know. There might be other objections too, but I don't even know. I can't think of an example off the top of my head of a case in the market internalizing shit on their own because the transaction costs were low. There's got to be some out there. I just don't remember. Modern day environment is a joke. It's so real. What was I feel like I remember. I think there was no opinion who talked about this. Like environmental economists were like completely discredited. I'm not gonna be able to find it because they were saying some insane shit a year ago or a few years ago, and like environmental economists have like only now started to like slowly regain some credibility. But I don't remember what it was even in. He didn't write like an article specifically about it. He just wrote a an article about other things that was mentioned in it, so I have no clue how I would go about finding it. Trump got some W's today with what, the trade stuff? Or yesterday? Yeah, I was going to say. I think that technically was yesterday by now. So that one with... Oh, yeah, sure. That, yeah. We talked about that earlier. That could be a W, okay? He did say, or the Treasury Secretary did say, we're going to fund that shit with tariffs, okay? So maybe... But like I said, I even mentioned, like, okay, maybe it sucks at first, okay? But when we get 2028 AOC, okay, she will use the Sovereign Wealth Fund to establish socialism. She'll get rid of the tariffs. She'll she'll nationalize the oil companies, and we'll have a Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund, okay? So maybe it's net benefit in the long run that we make it now. In 2028, AOC uses it to establish socialism, okay? It'll happen. I don't know if we're going to... AOC ain't going to win in today's climate. A Latina woman, her charisma is nowhere even near. I don't know if her... Really? You don't think her charisma... is close to Bernie? I thought her DNC speech was relatively good. Kamala had a better chance than AOC. I don't know, bro. I mean, first of all, I think if Trump actually goes through with tariffs, which I mean he did with China, right? We'll see if those go down. But if Trump, if we at some point get 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, I don't know how likely that is, but if that happens, and if Trump does something to Powell, and if we deport a couple million people, if not, probably not all fucking 11 million or whatever, I think prices will go up enough that any Democrat might have a solid chance. I don't know. Like, I'm Gen Z, okay? I don't even agree with AOC on some of these things, okay? But I think she's relatively charismatic. Honestly, I think her biggest weakness is just that in 2019, 2020, she was saying abolish ICE, and every conservative for the next 50 years will be like, remember, AOC said abolish it. AOC said you're gonna defund WA. AOC, did you know transgender surgeries, all the children? She can't pull moderates. There's no bridge. I don't know. Well, okay. I think she could. Okay, she could, but I don't know. I think it would be really undermined by everything she said in 2020. Because I think like if she was like trying to moderate a little bit, like literally every ad. Well, okay, I like Buttigieg. Okay, I like Buttigieg, guys. I do like Buttigieg. I think like every Republican ad would be, AOC claims that she does not support pronouns in bio, but in 2020 she had pronouns in bio, and it would be the same shit that we saw with Kamala this election. I don't know. Dungeon shambles. Real. I don't know if I don't know. AOC isn't good at debates and tackling criticism. I guess I haven't seen AOC in any debates. I don't know if I started saw this on Twitter and I wrote it down, but again, I'm so done. How do you feel about strategic Bitcoin reserve? I mean, intuitively, it doesn't seem like a good idea. I really don't see the major benefit of it. I think Bitcoin is probably just too speculative to be. I think crypto overall is probably just too speculative to be good for much. I think it's genius. I just don't intuitively it seems really bad. I guess I have to like read more to know if it was actually like horrible thing, but have you watched the video Princess of Yen? No, I haven't. Source was clear. The objection to all is it'll start to Japan to be jobs. Both sides in debate over the NAFTA try to make their case in terms of job creation, and an astonishing number of free traders think the reason protectionism is bad is it causes depressions. It should be possible to emphasize to students that the level of employment is a macroeconomic issue, depending on the short run aggregate demand, and depending on the long run and the natural rate of unemployment, with microeconomic policies like tariffs having little net effect. Trade policies should be debated in terms of its impact on efficiency, not in terms of phony numbers about jobs created or lost. Richard Werner back again. Oh wait, he may. Is he also a strategic Bitcoin reserve? Is he? Wait, anti-vaxxer, invented quantitative easing, credit creation theorist. He's all the how does one guy? How is one guy so many things? Save this for later, but essentially when a system needs to be recapitalized, there are a few ways of doing it: taxpayer bailout, change the regulations, debt monetization by central bank, or corner an asset and blow an asset bubble. That asset, I believe, will be Bitcoin. I mean, it's a film from Richard Werner. Okay. God damn it. God damn this guy. What the fuck, man? How are we so? How's it? How? How does it? How? I don't get it. Okay. We'll probably read about the legal stuff a little then. Either we'll go back to trade or we'll start talking to, if Darius starts his stream by then. I'll probably be on Darius' stream for a little bit, so I'll still be streaming, but I'm not saying it'll be his stream that I'm on. Okay. Hostile takeover. Dear Patriot, some housekeeping. You notice orders are coming on to okay, don't care. After 14 days in a new Trump administration, the United States of America is still suffering under its most significant constitutional crisis since the Civil War. This crisis, as it manifested in Trump's second week, was both a continuation and escalation of Trump's first week consolidation of executive power. Continuation, administration implemented additional policies, which the White House hopes will allow it to fully dominate the executive branch and remove internal checks and power. Escalation, the administration aimed its sights at Congress and the courts, attempting to render the co-equal branches of the government obsolete in an oligarchical soft coup engineered by Elon Musk. As I've elsewhere discussed, the ultimate Project 2025 goal is to cement a third-hand rule quickly, using the help of dark MAGA billionaire oligarchs. All the administration's recent actions should be seen through that lens, and once they are, everything begins to make sense. The firing government watchdogs, the suspension of the parts of the Constitution, the pardoning of violent terrorist insurrectionists, the attack on independent agencies, etc. By the way, this is Peace Corps writing this, so all the language is going to be like super hardcore, intense. But this week, the Department of Government Efficiency was one of the primary means of authoritarian escalation. Doge is a outgrowth of Project 2025 and of the institutionalized billionaire rule in America under Trump. It is the product of incest between state capitalist forces and the traditional Republican political class. It seeks to corporatize the administrative state, to create new spoils and patronage system, and is still America's social safety net. While Doge runs havoc on America's constitutional order, the administration is exhausting an anemic opposition with information warfare and an overload of media appearances. Cutting the government is good for the average Joe. I mean, I think it depends on, I mean, there are a few places in the government I would agree with you, but I don't know. I think there's social safety. Also, just the, I don't know. I don't think the way, when, I would prefer the way that we cut the government is not like sending out, the Office of Budget OBM memo that we don't even know what funding exactly it freezes. First of all, my understanding is that memo was of questionable legality to begin with. It's the president can't impound funds. I think Nixon had a court case about this. Like, you can't or impoundment. You can't just freeze funds that have been appropriated by Congress. I think there was Congressional Budget Impoundment Act passed in response to the abuse of power under Nixon. The act removed that power and entrained the city of New York, which predate the 1970 Act, but it was argued before the Supreme Court after its passage, closed potential loopholes in the 1974 Act. The president's ability to definitely reject. So I think the memo to begin with was of questionable legality. And it was unclear what the memo even cut. The memo was drafted without the knowledge or feedback of people of relevant people in Trump's administration. There are people within Trump's administration who said to the press, like, we were blindsided by this. We didn't know it was coming, and we didn't get to add our feedback on it. And we don't even know, or they didn't even know what exactly was going to freeze, and then later had to rescind it. I don't think that's an effective way to reduce government spending or to make the government, more efficient. I just don't think that's the way I would prefer to do it. Tons of debt need to be rolled over. This year, the government takes less of the available credit, the more there is for private sector, and the less bankruptcies, unless you start up the CB debt monetizer based. Half joking. Only half joking about the based money printer debt monetization. Anyway. Seems like each hour, a new press release or report comes out detailing yet another outrageous action by the administration. After a while, these corrupt actions start to blend and discourage those who would otherwise resist. Trump and the oligarchs want to sap your will to fight. The MAGA influencers specifically create memes and narratives to make you hopeless. At the same time, the regime bolsters his base. Trump creates crises, pretends to solve them, and claims victory, fueling his enthusiastic online supporters. Do not surrender in advance. Here's the good news: we are not out in a fight. By the way, this is also, this seems, I think this one is probably legal. And the rest of actions are questionably legal, to say the least. I don't even know if it's disputable that the U.S. aid shit is illegal. I don't think that's seriously disputable, from my understanding of the law. I think the U.S. government should be funding Canadian universities. I mean, I don't know the specifics of it, but like, I don't think it's. If I had to guess, if I looked into this, it would be like fucking we're sending. The U.S. government gives grants to our universities, and those universities have like sister programs with Canadian universities, and it's not like a huge net negative. But I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal. As long as like maybe there's a case of us funding Canadian universities and we're not getting anything out of it. But like I just don't. I'm not convinced it's huge deal. About 20,000 federal workers have accepted the buyout offer put forward by Trump administration last week. A senior administration official tells Axios. Significant number of people, about 1% of federal workforce, but still substantially less than the White House target of 5% to 10%. The offer is open through Thursday, meaning the total could rise despite heavy opposition from unions and others. We expect more to come, but I think Trump basically offered, I think he said that you're allowed to continue getting your paycheck until like September or whatever if you resign. Offering to pay federal workers who don't want to return to office through September 30th as long as they resign by February 6th. Action, first reported by Axios, marking an acceleration in President Trump's already unprecedented purge of the federal workforce. The Office of Personnel Management described an offer as administrative leave with pay and benefits. More information was shared by OPM later on Tuesday, an all-in memo titled "A Fork in the Road." By the way, the same subject line of Elon Musk when he fired people from Twitter, and then email that in much the same way blindsided everyone working. All these people, like without warning. State of play: employers who wish to resign are told one, select reply to this email. You must reply from your government account. A reply from an account other than government will not be accepted. To the word resign in the body of this reply email, hit send. Subject line and similar wording echoed in an email. Elon Musk said on Twitter, giving him a similar ultimatum to leave or stay and become hardcore, Divorce points out. Musk himself appeared to acknowledge this post. This was the post on X Tuesday evening. Damn. Trump's interventions in all these departments have shut down a whole lot of government data sets, which is bad for researchers that couldn't access census data earlier. Damn. Is that temporary? Yeah. I know some of the fucking White House stuff is still down due to Fred. If Fred goes down, okay, we're going to have to, first of all, the layout change on Fred is Donald Trump's fault, okay? The graph stuff, I don't mind. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. But what the fuck happened to my little bar at the bottom that let me set the dates? I can't zoom out anymore. Like, I can like click and drag and zoom in, but I can't zoom. Like, there used to be a little bar at the bottom. If I go to like if I go to the little kickbot, let's go. If I go to the archive version. Okay, I don't care. Reset it. I know the reset thing. Okay, I know, but this is less convenient than this nice little bar at the bottom here. Okay, where if I'm zoomed in, which by the way you can still do this in this. If I'm zoomed in on a specific area and I just want to go back a year or two, I don't have to click reset zoom and then do this shit. Okay, I like. You know, if I want to zoom into the 2008 recession, it's like, and like I do this and it's like, I need to go back a little bit. How do I need to click reset zoom and then try again. What the fuck? Here I can just, I want to look at the 2008 recession. Let me drag these to fucking 2008. Okay, I'm doing it really, I'm doing a really bad job, but like, if I want to, that's 1991. That's 2005. And like, if I want to change it a little bit, like I just drag this, and it's so much better. Like, I'm crashing out. What the fuck? I mean, there's the dates here you can change too, but like, I don't care about typing a date. Donald Trump's fault. Elon Musk's fault. I'm suing them. I've been aggrieved. Aggrieved. I think it's the word, right? Yeah. This is horrible for democracy. Continue to stay farms are organized behind strong Democrats who want to oppose Trump and not surrender to Trump. Victory can be achieved. Trump's policies will be unpopular and result in transfer of wealth and middle class and poor to the robber barons. Trump's policies are dangerous to Americans. That weakness will leave room for strong Democrats to take the initiative and the information more. Trust in those basic truths as we review last week's actions. Further consolidation of executive power. As previously reported on the Weekly Patriot, Trump illegally purged a dozen or so more inspector generals in the first Friday night massacre. Trump's second week was not so different. Trump illegally fired Equal Employment Opportunity Commissioner Charles Burrows and Jocelyn Samuels, as well as the National Labor Relations Board member Gwen Wilcox? Gwine something. Also fired is the now former director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Rohit Chopra, on Friday, January 31st. Aristotle and Plato said aristocracy is preferable to democracy. I bet that's Donald Trump's reasoning. Initiated a second Friday night massacre, purging law enforcement who patriotically targeted a terrorist scum who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Trump signaled that the January 6th harvest would not end, gearing up to remove potentially thousands of career law enforcement officials involved in prosecuting the Jan 6 terrorists. These efforts within the executive branch align with Trump's broader authoritarian purpose. He's punishing law enforcement, emboldening his terrorist supporters and militias, and creating an anarchic playground for his oligarch friends. The EEOC protects employees from workplace discrimination. The NLRB helps regulate the precarious balance of owners and workers, and under Joe Biden vigorously defended labor. The CFPB punishes fat cats who try to scam the American consumer. Trump wants to turn America into Russia, where oligarchs who support the administration do not adhere to the same rules, and where law enforcement is a political tool to be used against enemies of the state. Thanks for the answer. Wait, what answer did I... Oh, wait, are you talking to Copeland? Okay. MMT is wrong. Real. True. Unironically true. Take it up with Copeland. Okay. Take it up with me. Trump's interference with even low-level government employees continued as well. On January 28, 2025, as announced by Elon Musk's private super PAC, Trump offered all 2 million federal workers the chance to take a deferred resignation with severance package of 8 months of pay and benefits. 5 to 10% of the workforce is estimated to quit, which could lead to around $100 billion in savings. This action had a few exceptions other than the military, employees at a postal service, and a few carve-outs for national security and immigration enforcement. In conjunction with the administration's hiring freeze policy, literally written by the Project 2025 authors, the reinstitution of Schedule F, and the elimination of internal watchdogs, the buyout is meant to call the administrative state of independent bureaucrats in favor of Trump loyalists. These policies have the intended effect of creating chaos and fear within the administrative state. They also have the potential to cause untold damage as a byproduct. In an exclusive story published by the Weekly Patriot following the tragic aviation accidents in D.C. and Philadelphia last week, we summarized the irresponsible policies and cover-up of the Trump administration with respect to its disruption to the Federal Aviation Administration. It is yet to be shown whether Trump's policies specifically caused the airline crashes. However, purging agencies of good and independent workers will lead to bad outcomes and delays for the average American. Chaos has consequences. Interference with Congress and the courts. The administration attacking Congress, specifically its powers to spend, attacking Congress, specifically its powers to spend money and create agencies. Leading in charge of MAGA supporters on this front are Elon Musk and Doge. On January 27th, acting director of the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, instituted a spending freeze, not to be confused with the ongoing hiring freeze of trillions of dollars in federal financial assistance. The spending freeze is blatantly unconstitutional. The Appropriations Clause, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 makes clear: no money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in cases of appropriations made by law and regular statement and account of the recipients and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. Courts have interpreted this clause to give Congress exclusive power over federal spending. I think that's probably citing what I was citing earlier. You can't... You can't just, the president doesn't have the power to impound money that Congress has appropriated. Imagine if it were otherwise. Imagine if instead Trump had the power to control spending, or Congress's appropriation law were not binding on Trump. What then would separate Trump or Elon from a king, drawing on the Treasury at his whim to enrich himself and his loyal backers? At least 2 courts intervened to stop the initial memo and spending freeze. As explained in an earlier post in a Weekly Patriot, the administration, in response, took the confusingly but dastardly step of reporting to rescind the memo, but not the policy. This was an obvious effort to evade judicial review. In one of the cases reviewing the freeze, Judge Ali Khan recognized this tactic in her updated order and condemned it with scathing language, emphasis added. By rescinding a memorandum that announced the freeze, but not the federal funding freeze itself, it appears that OBM sought to overcome a judicially imposed obstacle without actually ceasing to challenge conduct. The court can think of a few things more disingenuous. Preventing a defendant from evading judicial review under such false premise is precisely why the voluntary cessation doctrine exists. The rescission, if it can be called that, appears to be nothing more than a thinly veiled attempt to prevent this court from granting relief. This administration does not care that it was called out so harshly by a federal judge. They blatantly defying the law and attempting to evade review. While the spending freeze is currently on hold, if the policy goes through, it will have disastrous consequences for the country on everything from wildfire prevention to food pantries to cancer research. Trump and Musk are further signaling that they want to delete entire agencies using executive fiat in direct violation of the law. For example, according to Musk, Trump has stated his intention to shut down the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, comparing USAID to a bowl of worms. Musk called the agency criminal. In an unanticipated move, USAID closed its doors on Monday as a result of overnight impromptu email from higher-ups in the administration telling employees not to come into work. Targeting USAID was met with international outrage as well as condemnation from Democrats and NGOs. Though a few Republican politicians expressed some hesitation, the response was largely muted. Yet another testament to the growing strength of Musk. Yeah, you can't... executive agencies are... they just got sent in a Discord thing, are created by law. The president cannot unilaterally just shut them down. That's not... I don't see how that's disputable. A minimum 300 babies wouldn't have had HIV, now do. One current USAID worker estimates. But we're sending $100 million to give condoms to Hamas. Janet Yellen herself said they need to do something about the deficit in 2020. Powell wanted more fiscal spending. The idea that government deficits do not affect availability of credit is hooey. Less deficit, less spending, less tight monetary policy. Real. U.S. aid has long been a source of international soft power for America. Its illegal closure, temporary though it may be, is likely to cause death, disease, and destruction across the world, to the delight of China and Russia. I commend Senator Connecticut Chris Murray, a strong Democrat, for quickly taking to the streets to call out the corrupt dealings Musk has with China and its conflicted interests in shuttering U.S. aid. Janet Yellen is not God. Janet Yellen is God. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean? What is this Janet Yellen slander? Only winners, clothing is but China and Russia. They seek to secure access to vital resources abroad and build alliances that are not in U.S. national interest. My first premise is Paul Krugman is God. Musk sacks the agencies. Musk, not content with fucking up the existing government, has also taken upon himself to create a new branch of government under his direct control and supervision. Disgusting Doge goons, loyal to Musk, and by some accounts as young as 19, illegally displaced legitimate agencies created by federal statute and misappropriated sensitive government data from government officers such as the OPM and USAID. In a disturbing development, Musk teams marched onto Treasury and has now has access to vast federal payment system of that government, giving him effective oversight over the government's entire payment processing financial system. This is a coup. This is a conspiracy against the United States. In any just world, every single collaborator would be standing trial in front of a DC jury. It is to the everlasting disgrace of the Democratic Treasury Secretary Scott. Other Democrats that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who has for now aided Elon's hostile takeover, received 16 votes from members of the Democratic caucus. Failure is all but assured if Democrats continue to play ball with MAGA corruption. The time is now for strong opposition and rhetoric, not just angry letters. Attacks on individual rights and intimidation in the media. Trump is attacking individual rights and freedom in America after signing the Abomination Lincoln Riley Act into law. With the help of weak Democrats, Trump ordered the construction of concentration camps at Guantanamo Bay, which he promises will be used for illegal immigrants. You would be a fool to trust him, however, as practically the same breath he called for the banishment of American citizens, a form of punishment never used before in his country. His threats to deport American citizens are well known at this point. And apparently the plans are so advanced that Secretary of State Marco Rubio, an enemy of the people, who was unanimously confirmed by the Senate, has reached an agreement with El Salvador's dictator. I always forget how to pronounce this game, to accept such deportations. Wait, I didn't know they'd reached an agreement. I know. I saw this guy tweet out, "Hey, El Salvador can make a deal with you, okay? Well, for a price small for the U.S., but substantial for us. We'll give you access to our prisons." And I'm like, This has to be a violation of the 8th Amendment, right? There's no shot. This would pass it. First of all, I don't even know if even the conditions were the same as U.S. prisons, if it would be allowed under the 8th Amendment to fucking depose you to another foreign country. But the conditions are not the same as U.S. prisons. I don't know. I would have to imagine this type of treatment, especially in conjunction with being in a foreign country, is cruel and unusual punishment. I would have to imagine. No shot. Yeah, I'm not, goddamn. Said he would not, said he would take, said he would take Bob Menendez. We would only deport violent criminals there, right? There's no, if we're deporting non-violent criminals there, man, that's even more fucked. Violating international law and U.S. Constitution. Immigrants of any nationality can be deported in the United States, but a country's notorious self-described mega prison cause people to convict their criminals regardless of their immigration status. The U.S. is absolutely prohibited from deporting U.S. citizens, whether they are incarcerated or not. Courts have affirmed constitutional protections ensuring Americans cannot be stripped of their citizenship for criminal convictions, meaning they cannot be deported regardless of well, it's not deported, it's just sent overseas for the duration of the prison sentence, right? But there's no, again, it would have to be Eighth Amendment. I can't imagine it wouldn't be. Trump continues to target transgender, non-binary people with a series of executive orders, demonizing them and attempting to remove them from public life. Government websites have been ordered to purge all references to LGBT individuals, including for health information, and the official State Department website makes only reference to LGBT travelers. Sick. Some media exclusives like Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Patrick Soon-Shiong have bent the knee to MAGA, but Trump continues to go after media entities and figures he feels are not on his side. Trump has filed lawsuits against multiple media organizations. Trump is using the FCC to pressure CBS to hand over its interviews with Kamala Harris. Trump has retaliated against the Des Moines Register and Seltzer for releasing an incorrect poll. He has pulled a security deal for former Intel officials because of how officials exercise their free speech. His alcoholic Secretary of Defense often traditional media from their office based in Pentagon to make way for regime media. Information warfare tariff psyop. And finally, Trump's brinkmanship with tariffs. Over the weekend, Trump signaled that he was going to go through with 25% tariffs in Canada and Mexico. Despite Canada and Mexico being strong allies of the United States and operating under the free trade deal Trump negotiated during his first term in office. Trump stated that there was nothing Canada and Mexico could do to delay the tariffs. Signaling although free speech was elected interference that was shown by the Biden to be asked for by the Biden campaign in email. So real, brother. It's not anti-free speech for that happened. I don't know what you're like. Biden ever did something. I don't think that's at all comparable to like filing the lawsuit against a Seltzer. Do you think Trump is doing madman theory? I think Trump is too stupid to do that. No, I don't think so. Signaling he was very upset about trade upsets derided with French journalists across the country, and that Canada would not agree to become the 51st state. To a casual observer, then, it might seem like a common surprise Trump backed down, as his tariffs take effect, and domestic forces within Canada and Mexico, as well as in the United States, prepare for the worst. As the markets began to dip, Trump lost his nerve, and just like his failed strong arm of Colombia, Trump relied on selling his return to the status quo as a victory. In exchange for postponing tariffs, Mexico had agreed to send 10,000 troops to the border, and Canada agreed to do what it was already planning on doing anyway, plus a few at the border, plus a few new frills. This banal outcome, containing no substantive concession, was welcomed in Trump world with much fanfare, a reminder how important messaging is for MAGA and how desperately Democrats need to up their game. That's not free speech protected activity. What media or the Biden campaign asking for a softball interview? That's what you're alleging, right? Pisco lies. The Intel officials lied that the real Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian. We're not talking. We're not. Nothing in here is about Hunter Biden laptop. How are we on that? My understanding is the Yes, it was. What? Yes, it was to the Hunter Biden laptop. Nothing in here mentions Hunter Biden. You're just trying to draw, and you're just trying to like do whataboutism to just read about those officials. What officials? Blinken was behind that media manipulation operate. My understanding is the FBI thought the Hunter Biden thing was was Russian propaganda, and it was censored on Twitter for 24. They asked Twitter to censor it, and it was censored for 24 hours. And then Steve Bannon said the best thing that ever happened to MAGA was the fucking censoring of that story. So real. I don't even know if Blinken was involved, but because you don't know why those 51 officials were involved in Biden's story, you don't know that. We're not talking about. I don't understand how we're doing this right now. How are we? Biden's not the president anymore. Biden's not the nothing. I don't think he orchestrated the letter being written. Biden or Blinken. I continue to deploy terror raids. Blinken, okay. Diverting resources away from drug traffickers to go after easy-to-nab immigrants. Trump blamed DI for the DC plane crash without evidence while attempting to cover up his administration's hiring freeze air traffic controllers. On Biden's behalf, obviously. Do you think Biden asked for that? Is there any evidence Biden asked the FBI or the State Department to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story? Or is that just like a thing that we're making up? That we're just guessing? This week, I'm calling on you to let the world know about Elon Musk's perverse influence of government, using your social media feeds to make your voices heard regarding Musk's interference with our republic. Additionally, watch this video if not, and share it with your friends.
Billionaires.
Dark Gothic MAGA billionaires plan to destroy America. So true. It's 30 minutes long. Oh, come on. What do you mean, oh, come on? Your allegation is that Biden asked for the Hunter Biden laptop to be story to be censored for 24 hours on Twitter, which was, again, by the way, Steve Bannon said that was a good thing for Trump. Steve Bannon said that was the best thing that happened in Trump's campaign. This was Biden behind this. Maybe Biden really does like Trump. Goddamn, maybe all those memes about Biden voting for Trump are real. If that's true, if you think that's true, then like, is there any evidence of this or? And by the way, just so we're clear, the guy who started the Hunter Biden investigations was being paid by Russia. What was his name? Pisco did not make any. I don't know if Pisco lied elsewhere, but this letter meant if I control F Hunter, if I control F Biden, it says Biden once when he's talking about the NLRB. Pisco made no claim about the about anything about Hunter Biden here. I don't know what we're alleging. You are so out of touch. It's real. Laptop story was after he left it in a repair shop. I'm talking about the Burisma shit. The Burisma investigations were Hunter Biden investigations started. Russia funded guy charged. The FBI informant, this guy, he was charged with this guy, or he was maybe not the Burisma stuff, but the Joe Biden impeachment stuff. Actively peddling new lies that could impact federal elections. This guy was literally being paid by Russia. Yeah, the touch you don't know the price of eggs. That's real. Cope, can the U.S. government borrow infinitely causing no inflation? Well, that's not Cope's own case position. He would obviously say it would cause inflation. No claim about Hunter by mentioning, he mentions 51 Intel officials who lost security clearances because Trump rightfully connect them. Did he even, I don't even know if that was in there, quite frankly. At this point, I feel like I don't know if we're... Are you talking about the U.S. aid people? Because they lost shit? Or you're distracted from the issue we have with Peace Corps. I don't know. I was just reading this. Okay? And you guys all were like, Peace Corps is live, Peace Corps is live. And I don't know where in here he's saying anything about what you're talking about. Maybe lies about this shit. I mean, I don't know a ton about that. I don't know. I haven't done a full reading on the Hunter Biden shit like Pisco had, so I don't know. Maybe he lied about that shit, but he made no claim about that here. I don't know what we're. By pointing to Russian connection to inform it. Okay. I'm just saying, like, it's not. I don't think it's unreasonable for the FBI to have thought that there was a Russian connection here, because I believe they said it had all the hallmarks of a Russian misinformation campaign. And also, it turned out there were people from Russia lying about Hunter Biden. There were people from Russia trying to get Trump elected. The Mueller report came out, and the Internet Research Agency was trying to had like divisive ads. If like, I don't think it's that unreasonable to think. Go search in letter Intel official. He made a claim by association. Pulled a security data from former Intel officials because of how such officials exercised their free speech. His former Secretary of State and because of actions they took on Mr. Trump's behalf. Mr. Pompeo been part of a aggressive posture against Iran during his presidency. Revoked them according to a person. A move that came 2 days after he pulled Secret Service. Blah 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 blah. When he's first to everything, other than former president, U.S. senior officials, not unlikely ongoing protection. Mr. Trump is in illustrated cases will have a chilling effect on the emerging national security team. Where does he give his reasoning? Sean Hannity suggested Mr. Pompeo. What's the reason he did not release files about JFK, the first term? Trump told people not let anyone working for him who worked under Mr. Pompeo its first term. He moved Mr. Hooker's presidential appointee to the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars via social media post days ago. He told a lie. He said pulling security detail had nothing to do with free speech. The exercise is part of an illegal, immortal stuff this coup attempt tried to do. Coup attempt? Bro, coup attempt? Trump does he even give his can you link something saying the reasoning is because of this, or did you, or are we just making this up too? Are there good coups and bad coups? I mean, there are hypothetical. Right, well, historically, there's got to be some good coups too. I can think of one right now, but I mean, like, it is possible for a coup to be utility maximizing. I don't think I would ever hold the opposite. Like, (1953) Iran coup. Was that a good or bad coup? I don't know enough. I'll probably lean towards it being bad, but I don't know. It's a Cold War. Maybe it was necessary or something. Maybe it was utility maximizing. But Iran coup, was that a good coup? Bad? That was a good coup. That was a base coup. I also don't really think there's evidence that the U.S. was behind that one, but okay. Or not solid evidence. We have one. Put the phone call. The fucking Victoria do that phone call. I'm coup. Team no coup is a good call. Tons of evidence. Yeah, so sure, buddy. I mean, what do you, if they had couped Hitler, would that have been a good coup? They funded a protester. That's not a, just because NED money went to like civil liberties groups in Ukraine does not mean that we fucking funded or that we coup the government. That's not good evidence. No. I said peace coup manipulation, total lie basically. I say polling security has nothing to do with punishment for free speech. Everything to do with illegal and immoral stuff that you like. Can you link anything of Trump saying that? Total good evidence. No, I don't think NED money going to fucking civil liberties groups in Ukraine is good evidence that we couped Ukraine in 2014. It sounds like a Rob North fan. True. It doesn't even make sense. Grand designs a joy, considering he did it for like people in totally different. He did it for Fauci and Mark Milley were both involved in the Hunter Biden story. What? All 51 of these officials were involved in the Hunter Biden story, or are we just It was dozens of former officials who signed the letter, but a lot of these people he revoked it for didn't even sign the letter. So clearly it's not all to do with that, but like, what a insane. Okay. The letter signers. He removed it for people that didn't sign the letter. I don't think, did Mark Milley sign a letter? Did Fauci sign the letter? I don't think Fauci signed the letter, brother. How are we this schizophrenic? What the hell? Did Mike Pompeo say? Mike Pompeo might have signed the letter. Did John Bolton? I don't know. Maybe John Bolton signed the letter. Maybe some of these national security people did. I doubt Fauci did. I kind of doubt Mark Milley did. I say only in regards to those security officials. Mark Milley did worse. Okay. Well, no, you were talking about you were talking about all 51 officials. He mentions 51 intel officials who lost security clearance because Trump rightfully connect them to a Hunter Biden laptop story being important and Biden. You did not make a distinction between the people the people because of the Hunter Biden stuff and the people because of the other things. You said he mentioned 51 intel officials who lost security clearance because Trump rightfully connected them to the Hunter Biden story. Like, you did not. That's it. Should China fund groups that protest in the U.S.? I don't think that if China did that, that would not be evidence of, if China did that and then someone did a coup, I wouldn't say that was necessarily evidence of China orchestrating a coup. But I don't necessarily believe China should do that. That's mainly because I I think China would have good interest there. I think the U.S. probably has. I think the U.S. probably has an interest in making Ukraine more democratic, and I think that's why the NED money, the National Endowment for Democracy money, was going to like civil liberty groups. It was going to like liberal like rights groups, right? Like these aren't like these are people trying to get rid of corruption in Ukraine. I think that's a fine thing for the U.S. to do. I don't think it's a horribly evil thing for the U.S. to do. If China was doing that, I don't think it would be horrible either. Lol. Okay. Mike Pompeo did not. Milley said he would inform China about plans Trump to attack. Okay. Where did the NED money in Ukraine? What people did the fucking NED money go into Ukraine that we have major objections to? That like prove that like these people were doing a coup. It was going to like fucking journalists, man. It was going to journalists. $5 billion invested in Ukraine by US. Yeah, the US invested a ton of money in a lot of countries. Like that was $5 billion in like assistance. First of all, that was not like all NED money. That was a ton of different shit. But yeah, we invested a ton of money to rebuild Ukraine after it left the Soviet Union. We did that for a lot of... Scrap the 9th Amendment. That is true, Joe Billy. We did that for a lot of fucking countries. How conspiracy brained are we? That's like $5 billion since 1990, by the way. It's not even that much. You realize most coups the U.S. did were against democracies, right? Most coups we did were in fucking the 70s, too, because there was a Cold War. Things have changed a little since then. I don't think we do as many coups today as we do during the Cold War. Okay, but yeah, I recognize the U.S. has couped a lot of countries before. The CIA has covertly couped a lot of countries. But Televote reform, state of democracy, as in NGOs. What? Sorry, injustices in election systems. Literally couped more democracy. I think. Yeah, it makes sense. Sure, I'm aware. Border training. What are we? Okay. I don't know why we have huge. Like, what's the allegation here? How conspiracy brained are we going with this one? Well, we're also funding the bioweapons in Ukraine, right. The bioweapons and the like starts with an A. The whatever bioweapon Tucker Carlson talked about. That's wrong. Most of the coups were justified if you read this. Was Ukraine a democracy before 2014? It depends where you draw the line. I don't know. I wouldn't say they weren't, and they still aren't, by no means a perfect democratic country. They suffer from a lot of corruption, but they were on the right track. They actually have probably got more on the right track after the coup, but I don't know if I would consider them. I would consider them a partial democracy before 2014. I don't think I would consider them a full. I think Freedom House has like their map, and I think Ukraine is a partially free or whatever. I don't think I would consider them even a flawed democracy, but I think we're a flawed democracy on Freedom House map. You would say his partner is Ukrainian intelligence right after coup succeed. Yeah, what? Yeah, get what? The USA has partnered with Ukraine on intelligence? That's crazy. What? It's almost like we're generally speaking allies with Ukraine and not allies with Russia. Who attacked Ukraine? What do you mean? Yes. Who was it? There was the whole civil war in the Donbass that Russia was funding as well, and they took Crimea right after the Maidan coup. Of course, we're cooperating with them on intelligence. We cooperate. First of all, we cooperate with like half the fucking world on intelligence. Okay, but like, yeah, of course. I don't think that was a bad thing. Centralized stare is the issue. They never were. Zelensky appoints regional governors. Internal intelligence has full control over society. I don't know about that much of the structure of the Ukrainian government. U.S. does not give a shit about democracy in Ukraine. Lol. Then why would we... Okay, good to know. I mean, like, I think the U.S. generally likes to partner with democracies when it can. Doesn't have to say that we don't also like partner with Saudi Arabia as like a dictatorship or whatever, but This is a monarchy. They also like the coup. Oh, wow, that's crazy, dude. Ukrainian cargo plane flew over my place that night. It must be a conspiracy. We were actually Ukrainian this whole time. True. Oh, kill me. Oh, kill me. Oh. The brain rot. The brain rot. The brain rot. What country does U.S. spend the most in counterintelligence? I don't know. Probably China. I don't know though. CIA's greatest organization to ever exist, unironically. True and base. How are our brains just melted? How are our brains just melted? I don't even, is 5 billion even the most like aid that we sent to like post-Soviet countries? Search for me, please. I don't feel like searching it. I gotta read this shit. Okay, we done with the... we done with this. No coup is a good coup. I mean, I think that's a pretty hard bullet to bite. Again, if they had couped Hitler, like if some liberal, if Donald Trump couped Hitler and stopped the Holocaust, I think that's quite obviously a good coup. Presumably, you think Donald Trump's good. I don't know. You cool with China cooing you? No, because I think our government is generally good. What do you mean? Like, bro, what do you mean? Bro. If the U.S. government was going to commit a Holocaust, then I would say China killing us would be good. It's not that hard of a concept to understand. 1964 coup in Brazil was perhaps good. I don't know enough about that one. I know there was another anti-socialist coup or whatever. I've read Noam Chomsky talking about it a little, but proof U.S. never cared about freedom or democracy in Ukraine. Human rights watch. Security agency reform bill risks undermining human rights. Why do you think we probably, dude? If I look into it, are we gonna? It's the National Endowment for Democracy money gonna be going to groups that oppose this bill. I'm fairly certain that'd be true. But grant them broad powers and intelligence law enforcement without essential safeguards to against the abuse of powers. Parliament should postpone the vote and draft legislation. Ukraine's parliament, blah blah blah. Security services should have been. Wait, when was this? 2021? Yeah, 2021. Why Ukraine's a fucking flawed democracy and freedom house. Not flawed democracy, partially free, whatever. Like, I'm not even. Some already say the U.S. is committing genocide, which is essentially a Holocaust, so China should coup you. I have a factual disagreement. I don't think the U.S. is committing. At best, you could argue the U.S. is funding a genocide by giving money to Israel, but that wouldn't even stop. It's not like Israel would stop doing what they're doing if got cooed. Can you engage in the hypothetical? If someone had cooed Hitler, would that have been a good coup? If someone had cooed Hitler and that prevented a Holocaust and Germany became a liberal democracy sooner, do you think that would have been a good coup? The endorsement free. I don't even know. Considering that Russia did invade Ukraine fucking a year later, I don't even know. I have to read more about this bill. I don't even know if this was unjustified. If you could kill baby Hitler logic, it's not even. You don't have to bite the hard to say. I really don't think it's that hard to say. I don't think it's that hard to say that if fucking Angela Merkel cooed Hitler and made Germany a democracy rather than a dictatorship, and also the Holocaust didn't happen, and also they didn't start World War II, and didn't invade Poland, I think that's a pretty good coup. I think that'd be a utility maximizing coup. I don't, about the Nazi commie fight in the Eastern Front would have been a way different world. Without the Nazi commie fight on the Eastern Front, who would the commies be fighting? What if Capitulated in 1920? Was it a right-wing coup? Would have been perhaps prevented. Well, I mean, it's harder to say with that one, right? That's why that's the hypothetical. It's just if you hold a position that no coup is a good coup, it just seems like the bullet you would have to bite is, I mean, what I just laid out, like Germany becomes a liberal democracy, but I'm saying the Nazis killed a lot of commies. That's good in my book. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's worth. I don't know if that's worth the Holocaust, but okay. Do you think killing Stalin would have been a good kill? If say hypothetically we couped Stalin and instituted whatever your ideal form of government is, do you think that would have been a good coup? Coup led to the commies. No, the Bolshevik. I'm saying if we. Yeah. Is that hard for you to imagine this hypothetical? Coup the coup? Yeah, I'm saying it's not. I literally said couped Stalin, bro. It's not that hard to understand. I'm saying we coup Stalin. The U.S. coup Stalin, and we make a government that is whatever your ideal system of government is. Okay, would that have been a good coup? Granted, signs. I know. I don't think you hold this dumbass position, but. Just saying, usually you look at, oh my god, can you engage with the hypothetical? I don't care. Yes or no. It's not that hard. Oh. What do you mean by coup non-fun? No coup's a good coup. Okay, so we coup Stalin, and you already said you don't like communists, and we institute whatever ideal form of government that you want. And that's still not a good coup. Okay, good to know. Honestly, if you're saying coupping the Nazis wouldn't have been good, coupping the communists wouldn't have been good, in both cases we institute your ideal form of government afterwards, that's a pretty hard bullet to buy. It's a pretty hard reductio for you. But, okay. I don't, it's hard to draw the line between, coup and revolution sometimes. But, a coup just means, someone else, it doesn't even... I think, yeah, typically legally, I'll say. I think you could probably have a coup that's, technically legal. But, or say, some... it can be the military. It could also be... Again, it's hard to draw a line between coup and revolution. So, if a revolutionary group is, taking over government buildings and, instituting themselves as president, is that a coup or a revolution? It's kind of hard to draw the line. But I'd say some entity taking control of existing government institutions, right? And taking power for themselves. I support his cat killing off. Real. Where is my cat? I don't know where my cat is. Is he not here right now? I don't think. But I think usually that's what a coup entails. And usually revolution is kind of overthrowing existing government structures and not just taking control over them. But also, like I said, it's hard to draw. I took a comparative government class, and for each government we looked at, we had to make a timeline of the history of them. It's you had to classify each changing government as either a coup, revolution, or there's some other third option. And my teacher was listen, you can make arguments for some of them being coups and some of them being I'm not going to count you as wrong. There's no correct answer to some of these, because it's a blurry line. Yeah, I don't know. But generally what it goes. Peaceful transition of power? No, I think it was, it might have been a regime change or something. I don't know. But it wasn't just every election or whatever, but it might have been a major reform or something, because it wasn't a changing government, but it was if they underwent some major constitutional reform. Weren't they voted in? Who? Stalin? I don't think Stalin was voted in. Hitler was voted in at first. But it's possible. I think usually it's called like an auto coup, right? I think auto coup is when someone legally gains power, but then, or self coup. Self coup also called an auto coup. Having come to power through legal means, stays in power illegally through the actions of themselves and or their supporters. Form is often just a position of revolution and coup, so that makes, yeah. I get, yeah. But there are things that you can probably argue are coup, or either a coup or a revolution. It's not like it's not a super clear line sometimes. Trying to think of examples, but I honestly don't remember. Okay, anyway. We're done with the Ukraine schizo stuff now? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good for a little bit? Sometimes a constitutional crisis sneaks up on you, shrouded in darkness, revealing itself gradually. Other times it announces itself dramatically. That phone call, though, real. It's not that phone call, like, first of all, a snippet of a phone call leaked by Russia, to be clear. That's what it is. Of just, what's her name? The two diplomats, like, just saying, oh, I would prefer this leader be in charge next. It's just not very compelling evidence to me. But anyway. To whom Donald Trump has delegated a task of neutering the congressional spending authority laid out in Article 1 of the Constitution could hardly be more obvious about his intentions if he rode into Washington on a horse trailed by Roman legions. Newland, that's what it is. Talking about yeah. This is this is the one shot the American people have to defeat bureaucracy, rule the bureaucrats, and restore democracy. Rule of the people must wrote at 3:59 a.m. today on a social media platform. Will you ever read from that very important report on Ukraine freedom rights? I skimmed through it. I don't care to like read the entire thing because I'm not committed to the claim that Ukraine was I'm not even committed to the claim that Ukraine was a depending on what you mean by democracy, and democracy before 2014. We're never going to get a chance like this. It's now or never. Your support is crucial to the success of the revolution of the people. Here is Musk as a proxy for Trump, casting himself as a revolutionary force in the embodiment of popular will, demanding extraordinary powers to fight some unstated emergency. Did you hear there is a protest outside the U.S. Treasury right now? I didn't hear about the protest now. I guess that makes sense, though. That is the best piece on Ukraine-USA relationship researchers must know. I'm an Islamic debater. You should debate monarchy, then okay. Why exactly is eliminating these programs right now very instant so important? If, as Musk says, these are teeming with waste and fraud, presumably Congress could pass legislation to reduce or eliminate the problem, and if they were to fall short, it could try again later. Instead, Musk creates a vague crisis that requires suspending normal operations and concentrating power in his own hands. According to various reports, he is holed up in the Eisenhower building with a very small team of young engineers who possess neither government experience nor the authority to question his impulsive judgments, on the hunt for Marxist plots lurking with long-standing federal within long-standing federal programs. ChatGPT says Hitler was a self-coup. See, that's my point. Usually after you get a coup, Hitler did not come to power through a coup. Usually after a coup, you get something worse than what you had. I don't like. Also, I think we're mainly talking about coup is influenced by or instigated by foreign people here. I don't think that was to my knowledge, that wasn't the case with Hitler. He just kind of auto-couped himself, but what he did was considered, yeah, well, my understanding, Hitler was elected chancellor, right? And then what he did was the enabling acts or whatever. Basically, yeah, it was a self-coup, yeah. Oh, that was also, I think technically legal too, right? He used legal means, yeah. You can legally do a coup, but I think typically coups are illegal, but I don't think they have to be. The founders famously failed to anticipate the rise of political party in Ukraine. The Yanukovych was illegal, but they assumed that each branch of government would jealously guard its own powers and thus check others, but political parties created a different incentive system, which in members of the legislative branch can see their role as essentially employees of the president. Trump has convinced the Republican base that his interests are indistinguishable from the parties and transposes overbearing apprentice boss persona on his relations with co-partisans in Congress. It's exploiting these incentives more than any other president in history. In theory, Congress ought to revolt against the prospect of Musk deciding which federal programs should live and which should die. In reality, its members largely share Trump's goals, and to the extent they don't, they clearly fear that opposing him will invite a primary challenge. What's more, this particular constitutional crisis has an inherent partisan asymmetry. If Trump and Musk succeed in taking the power to purse from Congress, they will effectively reset the rules of the game in favor of the right. Congress's spending powers would be redefined as setting a ceiling on spending, but not a floor. A world in which the president can cut spending without exposing Congress to accountability would hand small government conservatives the opportunity to carry out policies they've long desired but been too afraid to vote for. And so, although a handful of conservative intellectuals, including the budget wonk Brian Wright, I don't know what else that, of the Manhattan Institute and the law professor, former Bush administration lawyer Jack Goldsmith, have described Musk's ambitions as unconstitutional, most of the establishment right has cheered him on or stayed quiet. Senator Tom Tillis in North Carolina conceded that Musk projects might not be strictly constitutional, but nonetheless told a news site notice that nobody should bellyache. God damn it, Tom Tillis. Tom Tillis is actually, he's my senator, North Carolina. I live in North Carolina. It's actually kind of chill sometimes, okay? He's still a Republican. He's still a little bit cuckoo crazy. Sometimes kind of chill, okay? Sometimes he actually stands up to Trump a little bit. But, I guess it's not as bad as some senators. Making things even more disturbing is the chaotic legal gray area in which Musk is operating. Musk and his team are working in secret without hearings or public debate. According to Wired, they gained access to the Treasury Department's federal payment system, shoving aside longtime staffers overseeing it and ignoring its safety protocols. Democrats suspect that Musk is breaching numerous federal laws without any oversight. It's hard to tell precisely what he's doing. In any case, Musk might not have much reason to care about the following law. Trump has already made plain by issuing mass pardons and communications, how do I pronounce that? For the Jan 6 insurrectionists, that he will protect illegal conduct on his behalf. Meanwhile, Musk has adopted Trump's habit of deeming opposition to his actions inherently criminal. He's called the United States Agency for International Development, a decades-old program with support in both parties, a criminal organization. After an ex-user posted the name of young engineers working with Musk, previously reported by Wired, he responded to have committed a crime. The ex-user account has been suspended. Reporting on the identities of powerful public officials is in fact not a crime, or even especially if those officials have assumed public powers without going through the formal channels. Musk has nonetheless gotten backup from his threats from Edward R. Martin Jr., a former Stop the Steal organizer whom Trump installed as attorney for the District of Columbia. In a vague but menacing message posted naturally in X, Martin warned that certain individuals and/or groups had committed acts that appear to violate the law in targeting Doge employees. Martin declined to identify either the individuals or laws they'd allegedly broken, nor did he acknowledge that reporting about or criticizing Musk work constitutes First Amendment protected activity. Whether Martin acts upon these threats remains to be seen. In the meantime, however, he is contributing to the atmosphere of menace surrounding Trump and Musk by delivering their threats with a legal sheen, like some kind of MAGA Tom Hagen. The courts will have the final say over Trump's audacious power grab. In all likelihood, they will affirm congressional authority to set spending levels authorized by the Constitution, but the Constitution ultimately means whatever the 5 Supreme Court justices say, or whatever 5 Supreme Court justices say. The court's more conservative justices often apply the most right-wing interpretation of the text that can be plausibly defended, and occasionally one they can't plausibly defend. What's more, Musk seems to have instituted that he can destroy programs and bureaucratic cultures faster than any system can restore them, firing officials en masse, throwing the people and clients that rely on the programs onto confusion and financial risk, and striking fear into the whole federal apparatus can break down the institutions and destroy their institutional knowledge. Rebuilding is painfully slow, destruction is rapid. This may be the dynamic Musk has in mind when he insists that the work must happen now or never. Not even the most committed small government conservative lawmaker would design a process like the one now occurring. A handful of political novices, many of them drinking deep from the fetid waters of right-wing conspiracy theorizing, tearing through the federal budget, making haphazard decisions about what to scrap. And indeed, no elected body has designed this process. Trump and Musk have aggregated the power themselves. The true urgent cause is to return that power to the legislature before the damage becomes irreversible. True.
In and talking to a manager, grab him, take him with you.
What the hell? This is just...
You know, like trashy Cybertruck Nazi.
I saw Democrats were like trying to get in earlier, but this administration might trigger a recession. Honestly, I mean, like, if Trump actually gets rid of Powell, I would imagine. I don't know if it'd be immediate recession, but I would imagine the market reaction would not be good. I think people would freak the fuck out if Trump one day, or Elon Musk one day, tells Powell that he's fired. Are you conservative or libertarian? If so, I'll follow. I'm mostly a liberal, dude. I hate to break it to you, but had a recession with 7% of debt to GDP spending. 7% of debt to GDP spending. What? Our debt to GDP is like 130%. I don't know if it. I don't know if it'd be a recession, but I would assume there'd be a relatively large like stock market reaction if Trump one day gets rid of Powell and people freak the fuck out. Luckily, Powell is my goat. Okay. Do you think the president can remove you? Not legally possible. Oh, we're entering... Isn't this the, like, weather shit? Yeah, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Mediation in Silver Spring. Is this the deep state? Are they... What, because they, Are we gonna make the Sharpie hurricane pass official now? Is that the goal here? We can't have the NOAA making their own hurricane maps. We gotta have the Trump approved Alabama hitting hurricane maps. U.S. would take over Rabin Gaza and own it, effectively endorsing the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, an announcement shocking even by the standards of his norm-shattering presidency. Trump has brutally threatened Greenland and Panama, suggested Canada could have gone to 50 straight, added Gaza to the expansionist agenda, claiming that it would become the Rivera of the Middle East, and declined to rule out sending U.S. troops to make it happen. I think we actually I don't know if they're there anymore. We sent U.S. troops to the aid pier we made, but the aid pier we made kind of sank a lot, so I don't know if they're still there. The only reason Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is if they have an alternative. Gaza apartment would be your retirement goal. MMT is BS accurate. Oh shit, Randy Zoomer 48, hell yeah. Welcome everyone. What the hell? Shout out Randy Zoomer. Goddamn, what's up people? Can you shout out people? I honestly don't know. I don't know if you can shout out people. W420 or real. I don't know. I honestly don't know if you can shout out people on Kick. Thoughts on Nick Fuentes? I don't think Nick Fuentes is a great dude, but I suspect SC Nation will attempt. Trump will soon be blamed on a pro-Palestinian activist. Real. I don't know. Dude, it's insane. I can't believe the Palestinian protesters. I mean, maybe they are now, but aren't doing shit against Trump. We had, oh no, did I get raided by a fucking Groiper? I can't believe we had all the pro-Palestinian people going after. I can't do it. Go to twerk break for this one. Groiper raid. Let's go. You should watch Nick's show. I've seen plenty of clips in it. Nick's shows. The Blake Randy Zoomer. I don't know if I'm interested in that. If I don't want to watch the full 4-hour thing. I don't know. Why is this only 15 minutes? So sad. Good night. Well, thanks for the raid, Randy Zoomer. I still appreciate it. Hell yeah. So Gaza would become a U.S. Virgin Island. I can't imagine.
Everybody's demanding one thing.
It doesn't even make sense. Like, do we think like Hamas still has militants in Gaza? Are they just gonna leave too? Like, what do we think is gonna, like, what? I don't even know if I can I'm streaming on Twitch too. I can't have a fucking Groiper debate on Twitch. Groiper's hate train. Yeah, I know I'm aware. Yeah. Fuck this real Jewish Hamas. But I don't how the fuck are we?
Simple peace, and he wants peace also.
Mr. President, do you think it's politically possible in Israel to get this deal
W3 real.
To get the deal done?
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, is it politically
Why wouldn't a deal get done? A deal can get done. We'll see what happens.
Iran won't be having it. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't even know. They will have Hamas on a diet. Hamas is not gonna. I mean, they've had a blockade since the second Intifada, right? That, I mean, doesn't gotten rid of. It's probably weakened Hamas to a decent extent, but they're definitely more powerful about the blockade. But I don't know if we expect Hamas to like just leave. What? Because Trump is because Trump is telling them to? I don't know if we'll. Hope your day was blessed. Party family, love you, man. Well, thank you, City Vibes. Welcome to the stream, buddy. How many Kick streamers will I have to, or Kick viewers will I have to time out? Oh man, oh boy. Why is your nose so long? Oh, here we go. I'm not even Jewish. Everyone thinks I'm Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I'm not even Jewish. Everyone thinks so. You don't think this shit is corny? Why do you support genociding of white people? Oh boy. I'm not even Jewish. I'm not even Jewish. Bro is more Jay than Ben Shapiro. Non-fan views, all of us as Goy. Drew. I'm not. Well, thanks for the follow, Randy Zoomer. I'm probably, yeah, I am a Ukrainian Jew. Yes. I'm a Ukrainian Jew. I'm literally Zelensky's son. You have Nazis. Yeah, all these. What do you mean? They're all Groipers. Yeah, obviously. Don't disavow Randy. I literally just thanked him for following me. What do you mean? Don't disavow him?
We're dealing with very complicated people, but a deal can absolutely get done.
Nazis a slur, by the way. Well, thank you all. It's for the follow.
See what happens.
President Trump, I was Prime Minister Netanyahu. We've heard Joe Biden and Donald Trump take credit for the hostage and ceasefire deal. Who do you think deserves more credit?
I think President Trump added great force and powerful leadership to this effort.
True.
I appreciate it. He sent a very good emissary. He's helped it along. And, you know, I'll just tell you, I'm happy
Great value, Dean Withers. That's exactly what I'm trying to be.
that they're here. And I'm sure the president is happy that they're here. And I would think that's about enough. What about the Israeli press taking a press conference in Israel, not in Washington?
We would love to take a press conference. Prime Minister Netanyahu. Have you have a question? Prime Minister Netanyahu, do you support going forward with this deal and getting all the hostages out?
I support getting all the hostages out and meeting all our war goals. That include destroying Hamas's military and governing capabilities and making sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again.
Are you willing?
All three.
Are you willing? And those things go together. Are you willing to promise to the families when you do all this to get the hostages out?
I think that I should talk to President Trump. Okay?
I'll ask. Do you agree with Trump's
Oh
vision
my
of getting all the
God.
hostages back home, even if it means to end the war?
Well, I'm not sure that you articulate correctly what the president's vision is. You can ask. He can speak for himself. He does that very, very well. I have my own views. 3 goals, not 1, not 2, 3 goals, and I will meet all 3 goals. I think the president can help enormously. He brings fresh thinking. Fresh thinking.
Terrorists who murdered hundreds of people released to their home are the part of the deal.
It's a horrible thing. We can't forget it. I'll never forget it, and you can't forget it. And some people want to put it out of their memory, but we're not going to ever let that happen. It was a horrible day, October 7th. That was a horrible.
I'm aware about the USS Liberty.
And a lot of people like to pretend it didn't happen. It happened. It's a big group of people that like to pretend it didn't happen, like the Holocaust.
This is so real. This is so real. Dog, kill me, dog, kill me, dog, kill me, dog. W not fun, he knows. I've never done a deep dive on the USS Liberty because it's not really that important to me whether in fucking 67 Israel bombed the USS Liberty, because this is not that relevant to how I like look at a conflict today. Like, it's just not particularly. I know the allegation, but I don't know. I've never done a like deep reading on it. W not fun, so real, definitely. Who cares the troop in 67? They whether listen to the Survivor interview. I'm just W rage bait. Oh no, they're turning on me, guys. Oh no, it's just not. Again, it's just not. Oh, thanks for the follow, farm friend. Yeah, you bro, you want to stay low key. It's just not like again, it's just not relevant to how I like view the conflict. So like I don't what is not fun for when we take over Gaza, will we build tunnels the same way Hamas has? What's not relevant? Our greatest ally is 70 years, having a history of killing Americans. I don't know if I would say Israel bombing one ship in 67 constitutes them having a history of killing American troops. You would have to prove more than that. Also, the allegation, right, is that Israel bombed American troops to try to get us involved in the 67 war, right? The 6-day war. Which, if Israel, I mean, obviously I understand you guys object to this part, but if Israel's viewing the, Arab nations attacking them, or I guess they attacked first in 67, as like a threat to their existence, then like it's not. Then like it's still bad if they did it, but like it's not even like It's not even that. I don't want to say it's not that evil. It would be evil, but like it wouldn't the U.S. has done like false flag attacks to like get shit done. Like, can we blow up Mexico City because of the cartels? Same justification. I mean, if the cartels were literally engaged with war with us, there'd be some level of collateral damage that would be acceptable. What do you mean? It's also not the same justification, though. But what happened to Kai Clips? What? For what they do in Lebanon, God, the same, yeah, sir. It would be the same justification, and not the same justification for the USS Liberty. I thought you were anyway. RP Kai Clips, I have no clue. Look up Larry Silverson. I have no clue who these people are. Pray for Kai Clips. Okay, well, we're gonna. It's over. It's so real. Cartels hold people at gunpoint for tourist hospital bills. Thoughts? I'm not familiar with it, but bad. I don't know what to. I I don't know what you want me to say. I don't know what you want me to say. It's bad. USA leaders, army treated survivors at a ship. Very despicable way. Israel destroyed rescue boats in water storage and the ships. I have no clue. I don't. Oh my god. Imagine leading a life so bad that you lurk on Kick. So real. Can I go back to reading peacefully now, or are we gonna? I kind of thought they'd be doing the Darius would be streaming by now, but I guess not. Few of the imagine being ignorant of most historically significant events affecting this country. I don't know if the U.S. has liberties. The most historically significant event affecting this country. I don't know. I don't know if it's that important, brother. I don't know how many like didn't 50 something soldiers die in the USS Liberty attack? Maybe it was more. 34 killed, 171 wounded. Thoughts on Yi? I think his girlfriend or whatever has big hot boobs, and she showed them off at the Grammys. That was awesome sauce. That's my thoughts on Yi. Check my previous comment. What previous comment? Israel killed JFK. USS Liberty. Oh, well, that's a much stronger allegation than just attacked USS Liberty. But Jesus. Confirmed Gunner W. Real. But anyway, okay, don't care. Are we done with the corporate shit? Are we done with the corporate shit? Do I have to deal with these? Do I have to ban more people? Someone was very Gibbs said what he was talking about. Gods, I'm curious.
Superior, which they are, but
Order for Jennifer C.
Okay, well, never mind then. Paul Krugman is retarded. Okay, well, we're not taking the Paul Krugman slander. And also, I don't know. Oops. Uh-oh. Paul Krugman is a genius. I will tolerate anti-Semitism, but not Paul Krugman slander. Few of the undergraduates who take an introductory course in economics will go to graduate study in the field, and indeed, most will not even take any higher level economics courses. So what they learn about economics will be what they get in that first course. It is now it is more important than ever before that they get their basic training, including solid groundwork and principles of international trade. I'm reading. I could justify this assertion by pointing out that international trade is now more important to the U.S. economy. Make your case for MMT is now more important to the U.S. economy than it used to be. But there's another reason, which I think is even more important. The increased perception among the general public that international trade is a vital subject. By the way, this was written in fucking 1990 something. We live in a time in which Americans are obsessed with international competition, in which Lester Thoreau's Head-to-Head is the non-fiction bestseller, and Michael Crichton's Rising Sun tops the fiction list. Please, oh, wait, I thought you were talking about COVID. Okay. Make your case for MMT in a country who prints its own. I'm not an MMTer. I don't know why you're asking me. I'm not the MMTer in chat. I mean, the YouTube chat is behind, and YouTube stream is the most delayed, but yeah. The news media and the business literature are saturated with discussions of America's role in the world economy. The problem is that most of what a student is likely to read or hear about international economics is nonsense. What I want to argue in this paper is that the most important thing to teach our undergraduates about trade is how to detect that nonsense. That is, our primary mission should be to vaccinate the minds of undergraduates against the misconceptions that are so predominant in what passes for educated discussions of international trade. The rhetoric of pop internationalism. As a starting point, I would like to quote a typical statement about international economics. Please ignore the numbers for a moment. Here it is. We need a new economic paradigm because today America is part of a truly global economy. To maintain its standard of living, America now has to learn to compete in an ever tougher world market. That's why that's why high productivity and product quality have become essential. We need to move the American economy into the high value sectors that will generate jobs for the future. And that is the only way we can be competitive in the new global economy, is if we forge a new partnership between government and business. Link paper here. Sure. Okay, I confess it's not a real quotation. I made it up. I made up a sort of compendium of popular misconceptions about international trade, but it certainly sounds like the sort of thing one reads or hears all the time. It is very close in content and style to the still influential manifesto by Ira Magaziner and Robert Reich. Oh, Robert Reich, my favorite economist. Or for that matter, the presentation made by Apple's computer John Scully at President-elect Clinton's economic conference last December. People who say things like this believe themselves to be smart, sophisticated, and forward-looking. They do not know that they are repeating a set of misleading cliches I will dub pop internationalism. It is fairly easy to understand why pop internationalism has had so much popular appeal. In effect, it portrays America as being like a corporation that used to have a lot of monopoly power and could therefore earn some comfortable profits in spite of sloppy business practices, but is now facing an onslaught from new competitors. A lot of companies in that position these days, though the new competitors are not necessarily foreign, and so the image rings true. Unfortunately, it's a grossly misleading image because a nation's economy bears little resemblance to a corporation, and the ground-level view of businessmen is deeply uninformative about the inherently general equilibrium issues in international economics. So what do undergraduates need to know about trade? They need to know that pop internationalism is nonsense, and they need to know why it is nonsense. Common misconceptions. I inserted numbers into my imaginary quotation mark with 6 concurrent popular misconceptions that can and should be dispelled in an introductory economics course. 1. We need a new paradigm. Pop internationalism proclaims that everything is different now that the United States is an open economy. Probably the most important single insight that an introductory economic course can convey about international economics is that it does not change the basics. Trade is just another economic activity, subject to the same principles as anything else. James Ingram's 1983 textbook on international trade contains a lovely parable. He imagines that an entrepreneur starts a new business that uses a secret technology to convert U.S. wheat, lumber, and so on into cheap, high-quality consumer goods. The entrepreneur is hailed as an industrial hero. Though some of his domestic competitors are hurt, everyone accepts that the occasional dislocations are the price of a free market economy. But the investigative reporter discovers that what he's really doing is shipping the wheat and lumber to Asia and using the proceeds to buy manufactured goods, whereupon he is denounced as a fraud who is destroying American jobs. The point is, of course, international trade is an economic activity like any other and can indeed usually be thought of as a kind of production process that transforms exports into imports. It might incidentally also be a good thing if undergrads got a more realistic, quantitative sense that pop internationalists seem to have of the limited extent to which the United States actually has become part of the global economy. The fact is that imports and exports are still only about 1/8 of output and at least 2/3 of our value added. consist of non-tradable goods and services. Moreover, one should have some historical perspective on which to counter the silly claims that our current situation is completely unprecedented. The United States is not now and may never be as open to trade as the United Kingdom has been since the reign of Queen Victoria. 2. Competing in the world marketplace. One of the most popular enduring misconceptions of practical men is that countries are in competition with each other in the same way companies are in competition, or in business are in competition. Ricardo already knew better in 1817. An introductory economics course should drive home to students that the point of international trade is not about competition, it's about mutually beneficial exchange. Even more fundamentally, we should be able to teach students that imports, not exports, are the purpose of trade. That is, a country gains from trade the ability to import things it wants. Exports are not an objective, and in and of themselves, the need to export is the burden that country must bear, because its import suppliers are crass enough to demand payment. One distressing thing about the tyranny of pop internationalism is that there has been a kind of Gresham's law in which bad concepts drive out good. Lester Thoreau is a trained economist who understands comparative advantage, yet his recent book has been a bestseller largely because it vigorously propounds the concept that unintentionally one hopes panders to the cliches of pop internationalism. These competitions are win-win. Everyone has a place where he or she can excel, and no one is going to be driven out of business. Head-to-head competition is win-lose. We should try to instill in undergraduates that visceral negative reaction to statements like this. 3. Productivity. Students should learn that high productivity is beneficial, not because it helps a country compete with other countries, but because it is a country produce and therefore consume more. This will be true in a closed economy. It is no more and no less true in an open economy. But that is not what pop internationalists believe. I found it useful to offer students the following thought experiment. First, imagine a world in which productivity rises by 1% annually in all countries. What will be the trend in the U.S. standard of living? Students have no trouble agreeing that it would rise by 1% a year. Now, however, suppose the United States continues to raise productivity by 1% per year. The rest of the world manages to achieve 3% productivity growth. What is the trend in our standard of living? The correct answer is that the trend is still 1%, except possibly for some subtle effects via terms of trade. And as an empirical matter, changes in U.S. terms of trade have virtually no impact on the trends of standard of living over the past few decades. But very few students reach that conclusion, which is not surprising, since virtually everything they read or hear outside of class conveys the image of international trade as a competitive sport. An anecdote: when I published an op-ed piece in the New York Times last year, I emphasized the importance of rising productivity. The editorial assistant I dealt with insisted I should explain that we need to be productive to compete with the global economy. He was reluctant to publish the piece unless I added a phrase. He said it was necessary so that readers could understand why productivity is important. We need to try to turn out a generation of students who not only don't need that kind of explanation, but understand why it's wrong. 4. High value sectors. Pop internationalists believe that international competition is a struggle over who gets to high value sectors. Our country's real income can only rise if 1. Its labor and capital increasingly flow towards businesses that add greater value per employee, and 2. We maintain a position that in these businesses that it is superior to that of our international competitors. I think it should be possible to teach students why this is a silly concept. Take, for example, a simple two-good Ricardian model in which a country is more productive in both industries than the other. I have in mind one used in Krugman and Martyrs Upsfield 1991. The more productive a country will, of course, have a higher wage rate, and therefore whatever sector that country specializes in will be high value. That is, it will have higher value added per worker. Does this mean that a country's high living standard is the result of being in the right sector, or that the poorer country would be richer if it tried to emulate the position of the other pattern of specialization? Of course not. 5. Jobs. One thing that both friends and foes of free trade seem to agree on is that the central issue is employment. George Bush declared the objective of his ill-starred trip to Japan to be jobs, jobs, jobs. Both sides in the debate over the North American Free Trade Agreement try to make their case in terms of job creation, and that astonishing number of free traders think that the reason protection is bad is that it causes depressions. It should be possible to emphasize these students that the level of employment is a macroeconomic issue, depending in the short run on aggregate demand, and depending in the long run on the natural rate of unemployment, with microeconomic policies like tariffs having little net effect. Trade policy should be debated in terms of its impact on efficiency, not in terms of phony numbers about jobs created or lost. 6. A new partnership. The bottom line for many pop internationalists is that since U.S. firms are competing with foreigners instead of each other, the U.S. government should turn from its alleged adversarial position to one of supporting our firms against foreign rivals. More sophisticated pop internationals like Robert Reich realizes that the interests of the U.S. firms are not the same as those of the U.S. workers. You may find it hard to believe that anyone need to point this out, but among pop internationalists, this is viewed as a deep and controversial insight. But still accepts the basic premise that the U.S. government should help our industries compete. What we should be able to teach our students is main competition going on is one of U.S. industries against each other, with sectors going to get the scarce resources of capital, skill, and yes, labor. Government support of an industry may help industry compete against foreigners, but it also draws resources away from other domestic industries. That is, the increased importance of international trade does not change the fact that government cannot favor one domestic industry except at the expense of others. What opportunity cost? What? In my market? Now, there are reasons such as external economies why preference for some industries over another may be justified, but this would be true in a closed economy. True. Students need to understand that growth of the world trade provides no additional support for the proposition that our government should become an active friend to domestic industry. What we should teach. By now, the thrust of my discussion should be clear. For the bulk of our economic students, our object ought to be to equip them to respond intelligently to popular discussions of economic issues. A lot of that discussion will be about international trade, so international trade should be an important part of that curriculum. What is crucial, however, is to understand that the level of public discourse is extremely primitive. Indeed, it has sunk so low that people who repeat silly cliches often imagine themselves to be sophisticated. That means our he wrote this in 1993. Can you? How low? How much we have fallen even since then? That means that our courses need to drive home as clearly as possible the basics. Offer curves and I don't know how to pronounce this. Effects are lovely things. What most students need to be prepared for is, however, is a world in which TV experts, best-selling authors, and a 30,000 a day consultants do not understand budget constraints, let alone comparative advantage. I had to read a few papers on health insurance for my health income today. Oh boy. Were they anti-MMT propaganda? Did they suggest that it would, I mean, you'd say health insurance, but presumably government health insurance would be one of the things covered in that, but. Everything inside is anti-MMT propaganda. I must now, everything has been 15 years about a golden age and innovation in international economics. I must now, somewhat to present include, however, that the innovative stuff is now, it's not a priority for today's undergraduates. In the last decade of the 20th century, the essential things to teach about students are still the same insights of human Ricardo. That is, the need to teach them that trade deficits are self-correcting and that the benefits of trade do not depend on a country having an absolute advantage over its rivals. If we can teach undergrads to wince when they hear someone talk about competitiveness, we will have done our nation a great service. Crazy. I'll probably, I need to download this and highlight a few things. But then after that, I'm probably good for the night. I gotta edit. I think I got 2 or 3 videos out of this, so. So I sorted this stuff. Because apparently Darius is stupid. Streaming tomorrow now. Tonight. What the fuck? Why is this so far zoomed in? I like the... I don't know. Yeah, that looks weird. What if I change it to look better in red? Nope. It looks weird with the theme I have. I might, hold on. Edit. Settings. Yeah, this is fine. Why does it look like that? Can I turn it off? Okay, fuck it. We'll keep it like this. Wait, that one look. Hold on. Oh, wait, is it overlaying on top of each other? I figured it out, yeah. I like this example too. Okay. I'll stream again tomorrow, probably. We'll probably do a little bit more reading on trade shit, and then maybe central bank stuff as well. And then barring, or at least barring any insane shit Trump decides to randomly do tomorrow. And then if Darius does the TTG after hours, I think he was going to have Counterpoints. Counterpoints. Connor, host of, or creator of Counterpoints on tonight. But I guess that's tomorrow now. Loser nerd. If that happens, I'll stream that as well. So I think we'll just, they're going over to Destiny drama again or whatever. We might want, I think they were planning on watching the Hassan content nuke at some point. I'm not really that interested in watching it on my own. I might do it to farm content at some point, but I don't care much about it. I don't want to raid someone with my Groip reviewers and Kick, so not interested in that. My 2 Twitch viewers can go to can go to Dylan Burns. Yeah, 2 viewer raid Dylan Burns. Yeah, let's go. Oh, 3 viewer raid. He's gonna appreciate this one, guys. His house burned down, okay? He needs some support right now. I love streaming. Love to guys watch me stream. I will stream again tomorrow. Yeah, really appreciate everyone stopping by. Even the Raiders, okay. I like seeing the big number go up, even if you guys are anti-Semitic, okay. But yeah, appreciate you guys. Love it, you guys watch me stream. Fun time, fun stream. I had a good time. Hope you guys did too. See you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. Love streaming. Keep watching. Oh, check out the YouTube channel if you're not. Videos on the YouTube channel, non-fun. To go watch reruns of me and stuff. Edited debate highlights.